right, it is April 7th. I will bring the business meeting to order of the North Kingstown School Committee. First order of business is to go into executive session for one, any discussions of job performance, character, or physical or mental health of a person or persons, provided that such person or persons affected shall have been notified in advance in writing and advised that they may require the discussion to be held at an open meeting pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42-46-5A1, review of superintendent goals. 2, sessions pertaining to potential litigation, legal advice, and collective bargaining pursuant to RIGL 42-46-5A2, discussion, action, NEA NK negotiations, update on ABM custodial services proposed contract. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you very much.
So we will resume from executive session. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, roll call, please.
Ellen Earl.
Here.
Robert Case.
Here.
Jennifer Lima.
Here.
Megan Riley.
Here.
Sherry Kennedy.
Here.
Joshua Furtado. Sadie McCann.
Thank you. Calendar, please.
April 13th, 5 p.m. Policy Advisory, Central Admin Conference Room. April 14th, 5 p.m. School Redistricting, Start Times and Transportation, Central Admin Conference Room. April 15th, 5:30 p.m. DEI Advisory, Central Admin Conference Room. April 29th, 6 p.m. It's a tentative meeting, Building Advisory, Central Admin Conference Room. April 30th, 6:45 p.m. CLAC meeting, Central Admin Conference Room. And April 13th, 6:30 p.m. School Committee joint meeting with the town, North Kingstown Town Chambers. April 15th, 7 p.m. School Committee office hours, Central Admin Conference Room. And May 5th, 6 p.m. School Committee business meeting, Central Admin Conference Room.
Thank you. Moving on to presentations and recognitions.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not hear you say
Sorry.
Sorry about that. Yes, tonight we have Shale Norris from Safe Bay, who is going to provide a presentation to us this evening. And you can,
Where should I? Just here?
yeah, if you stand at the podium,
Yeah.
you just need to speak into the mic so the sound is picked up
Okay.
for the people in the
Okay.
public.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Shale Norris. I'm the founding executive director of Safe Bay. We were founded here in Rhode Island, but we are a national organization. I founded the organization just over 10 years ago with a group of teenage sexual assault survivors. They all experienced rape at the age of 14. We are the only organization of our kind in the country doing the work the way we do it, and student-led and survivor-founded. And so when I was invited to have the opportunity to speak to you a little bit, some of your students have participated in Safe Bay programming over these last 10 years, but it tends to, in a lot of districts, fade away a little bit as kids graduate and faculty and staff come and go. So I was very grateful for the opportunity to share a little bit more about what Safe Bay does and the opportunities for the ways to work with us. And when I first moved to Rhode Island, I lived in North Kingstown, and my daughter started kindergarten at Fishing Cove. So despite getting to do work all over the country, I always have very special places in my heart for certain places. So next slide. Sharing a little bit of how we do, what we do, why we do. Ultimately, we don't consider what we do to be sexual education. We consider it social and emotional learning, and absolutely and without question, mental health. And because the CDC has connected and identified the connection between sexual violence experienced by young people and suicidal ideation experienced by young people, we consider it a really incredible and critical mental health intervention at doing early and prevention education with teens. So that's why we do what we do. And then this is how we do what we do. So this is the incredibly shortest way I can talk about this because it is exceptionally comprehensive. We study everything we do. We partner with Brown University in doing the work we do, and everything is evidence-based. And so to share with you a little bit about the ways we do this work, starting with peer education. So we have a certified peer educator training. It's exceptionally popular on a national level, and it is virtual, self-guided, and entirely free. So any student anywhere on the face of this planet can take this training at any time. It is exceptionally comprehensive, and it empowers them to have an understanding of this issue and if they choose to, go out and present to their peers. We also have a school club model. That was some of what we saw in North Kingstown previously. A couple of years ago, some of the kids presented to your school board about some of the work that they were doing. They've all since graduated. So in addition to that, we have a curriculum that any faculty and staff use. We do encourage cross-curricular approach and not exclusively siloed into a health class. And then we have faculty and staff training, as well as a sexual misconduct policy support. So again, when we're looking at districts and the comprehensive way we can support, sometimes we have very antiquated or very legally focused sexual misconduct policies that don't bring in a trauma-informed support and don't bring in, most specifically, restorative justice tools for when you are doing a Title IX investigation and an accusation of sexual violence or sexual harassment, even in a peer-to-peer capacity. We really want to encourage the opportunity for every student to be able to learn, because the vast majority of students who are accused at this age are unwitting perpetrators. They all think they understand consent, and they don't, is really what it comes down to. So in those investigations, those can be really problematic and difficult for people like you and school administrators to navigate. We want to be able to give that support to help and really take a trauma-informed and also restorative justice opportunity to share with districts. And then we also offer an anonymous reporting tool that any student, we have one on our site for any student anywhere to be able to use to store the information about their assault, but we can also partner with districts to provide a really comprehensive anonymous reporting tool that, again, helps to facilitate better understanding of what's happening in the building and accessible resources for kids who might not otherwise feel comfortable to report. And again, educational resources to reduce recidivism. So if a student has been accused, and we want to try and help educate them so that they don't repeat that again. So that's the kind of comprehensive overview. And these are all of the topics we cover in both our peer educator training and our curriculum. So it's exceptionally comprehensive. Not everybody can do all the things, but again, we want to make sure we're doing as deep a dive as possible so that it's available. And then the next slide. Yeah, this is some of the study of like what we've done and how effective it is. Again, we partner with Dr. Orchowski at Brown University. We have a published study in the Journal of Child Sexual Abuse about the efficacy of our programming. We really want to make sure that evidence-based is the bar. It's very easy to sort of put on a video we found on YouTube that talks about consent and move along. That is not evidence-based, and we actually know it doesn't really move the needle in changing attitudes and actions among kids. So an evidence-based approach is critical, but again, we continue to study and update. We just updated our peer educator training that's only 5 years old to make sure that we're as authentic to kids' experiences as humanly possible, taking away the cringe factor, and really, again, empowering kids to lead this work too. I think my last slide. Oh, this is just like a window of like some of our reach and how many students have participated in our programming, how much work we do everywhere we do it. We do work online. We have an incredible social media presence led by kids. They don't give me the login. Again, just some of our reach so you have a sense of what we do on a national level, but we want to and really are hoping to be able to restore more of our work in the Rhode Island. We lost our CDC funding in our partnership. We had a years-long partnership with funding from Rhode Island Foundation and partnering with the Department of Health in Rhode Island, but lost all of it last summer. So again, I am always curious, open, if there's any grant writing that we can support and do work with any district or any and all of the free programming that we offer. We do offer some things that are paid, but we offer a tremendous variety of things that are also free. So encouraging anyone within the district to be able to utilize those at different age groups. Yeah, so again, offering live presentations as well as faculty development, parent engagement, and facilitating co-grant writing to support something you might not otherwise be able to do in the district. If we can help write that grant and help be able to do that work. There used to be a lot of mental health grants that were available to districts, that many of which have gone away, that we utilized in a lot of districts so that the burden of the cost of anything didn't fall to a district. But I'm open to any ideas. And that's it. These are all the ways to get in touch with us, minus that big line. But again, I hope that if anybody has any questions or has anything they'd like to encourage or ask of the faculty or staff in the school or anything we can do, you know where to find me.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I did have a question, if you don't mind.
No, not at all.
So I love that it's a student-led organization. The group that we had at the high school a few years ago was amazing, and that presentation that they gave us stays with me to this day. It's really impactful when you hear about the work that they're doing.
Yeah.
So my question was, like, all of our clubs are student-led. How do you suggest, like, getting that going
in a school where there isn't one currently? Like, is there a process that you usually take? And do you have any resources that a district can put in place if there is not a student-led group?
Yeah. Honestly, I actually discourage kids who are trying to start a Safe Bay club in their school from starting just a sexual violence prevention club, because you're not going to get a lot of kids that are coming out for that. That's not a great time. And you're also going to get female identified students exclusively. So I would say I encourage, versus the burden of like another club and something that sounds as heavy as that one, that you house Safe Bay's programming, club programming inside of an existing club. So if there is any kind of student leadership club, we actually work with National Honor Society and Student Council all over the country. We go to their national conferences all the time, recruit tons of kids there, so that they have purpose within those. Oftentimes National Honor Society doesn't actually physically do that much, and they're all incredible leaders, so they're like looking for something to champion. So we really encourage Safe Bay programming to exist within any kind of leadership club. The only thing I discourage them from housing it within is sort of a gendered club, right? If they're like, we have a great feminist club, I'm like, don't do just that, because you want male identified students to come as well. But again, oftentimes what I find is that if we can come to school and do a presentation in some capacity and really like hype the kids up, first of all, it's always going to be kids that are coming to present, so that they're like not snoozing through more middle-aged white ladies talking about this issue. Because that's really key. That's actually critical in all the research, is that it does need to be youth-led and empowered, and then giving them all the tools to start that, getting them excited about starting it, giving them t-shirts, cosmetic sponsors. I always say there's nothing you can't get most teenage girls to do for a lip gloss. So, like, hyping them up to be excited about it and think that they can spend their social currency on an issue like this without it feeling awkward or feeling like disjointed. So sometimes, though, I do feel that it is really important to have an adult ally in the building that's championing it as well, right? Like if there's a faculty advisor that can help to like plant that seed with a kid they might think is interested in it, they're always there. Yep. So it's just a matter of like finding like where the like hushed conversations that are happening and who might be interested in doing the work, especially if we haven't kept that like arc going from as kids graduate and if that torch isn't passed down.
Any other questions from the committee?
Yeah. So do you usually start this in high school, or do some middle schools do it? Because I know it's a little...
We will talk to any age about consent at any time and for any at any opportunity. We usually in a district will start in a high school because that's everybody's comfort level, if that comfort level even exists. But I like to point to South Kingstown as a model. So South Kingstown, I had an amazing health teacher there that championed it, got all these kids that were fascinated and like super interested, totally empowered. They all came to the school board meeting and asked them if they would let them sit on a committee to change their sexual assault misconduct policy. That was the first thing they did. I was like, you guys, you went like all the way. But then what they started doing was going down into the middle schools and doing age-appropriate conversations that didn't involve intimacy on consent, just thinking about like bodily autonomy. Where's my... And then they also went down and used a... high schoolers would come down and do like reading books in the elementary schools to students. And because they couldn't get permission to come and talk to kids about consent, they were like, can we do the reading program? And then they brought completely age-appropriate bodily autonomy books to those reading sessions. So they got to do district-wide programming. And then they went to URI and did like a whole basketball game, like awareness-raising thing. So that was like beyond. Those kids were off to the races. But I think those are some of the ways that we start integrating. I think you have to build comfort and confidence with your parents, and it's something that we didn't get consent education growing up. Did any of us, right? So there is a level of discomfort there. So I do think we have to start with like, where is everybody comfortable, meet everybody where they're at, and like integrate that and really listen to kids. Like, what are you seeing in the hallways? What are you experiencing? Is it bad? How could we do better? How do you see us being able to do better? And then have those conversations so we can uplift that. So
yeah, that's pretty neat. Like I like
thank you.
The school integrated, you know.
Yeah, they were gangbusters, but again, they had really good adult allyship in the district, and I think they were really creative about how to find some entry points that they wouldn't have otherwise been able to have.
Great. Any other questions from the committee? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you all so much.
Moving on to citizens' comments.
Good evening. In reviewing the agenda for this week, I was surprised to see items related to the redistricting start times and transportation advisory committee, including possible dissolving of the committee. That caught my attention because I know this work is still ongoing, so it prompted me to go back and review the policy on advisory committees and the specific charge of this group. What became clear to me is that much of the work and responsibility has been delegated to that consultant, and I think this presents a good opportunity to pause and evaluate whether the current structure of this advisory committee is working as intended. I've been through redistricting both as a parent and as a child in this town. For clarity, I do not currently have children who would be affected by redistricting, although my family could be impacted by changes to start times and transportation. My perspective comes primarily from experience with the process itself. Before this advisory committee existed, ideas were often presented to the community without much warning or opportunity for input. That experience is actually what led me to become more involved in school committee proceedings. At that time, my family received notice via email that redistricting was going to be on the agenda and that we would be impacted. There was only one proposal on the table. I worked with other parents to advocate for additional options and more community engagement. In many ways, this current process has been an improvement, in my opinion. The creation of an advisory committee has helped increase transparency and has allowed families to be more involved earlier in the conversation. Having engaged community members on the committee can also help disseminate accurate information and build broader understanding. At the same time, I think it is fair to acknowledge that even with these improvements, a significant number of families still felt caught off guard by last year's proposals. That suggests we may not yet have found the right balance between transparency, communication, and decision-making. For that reason, I'm not suggesting that this committee be dissolved. Rather, I think this is an appropriate moment to evaluate the positives and the challenges of the current system, consider whether the committee's purpose, structure, or communication strategies need to be adjusted to better serve the community. Processes like redistricting and start time changes are complex and deeply personal for families. It is unlikely that any process will feel perfect to everyone, but we should always be willing to review our systems and make improvements when needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's the only person I have signed up for citizens' comments. Is anyone else here for citizens' comments? Okay, that's agenda. Kristen, please. Superintendent report.
I do not have anything this evening.
Okay. Moving on to routine items, can I get a motion to seal the minutes of the executive session today, and I'll disclose that there were no votes taken in the executive session.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Before we make a motion for the consent agenda, does anyone want to exempt anything from the consent agenda?
I wanted to exempt C1.
Okay. Any others? Okay, so can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda minus C1?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and can I get a motion for C1, please?
Can we get a motion to discuss?
Second.
I was just curious, like, why we need a new spare driver, or what precipitated this, and what bus he'll be on.
Well, we are always looking for additional bus drivers. As we know that it's hard to find drivers. When drivers are absent, we need someone to step in and to sub. So this driver is going to be a sub-spare driver as needed to fill in for any of the routes that we need, or to they could also be filling in for an after-school activity. This is for our mini buses. This is not through the.
Oh, okay. So he's going to be an employee.
This is an NK employee, not
NK.
a...
All right, I was a little confused
Yeah.
by that. That's also how I pulled it up. I got it. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was a contractor or an NK bus driver.
Yep.
Got
Yep.
it.
So this would be a North Kingstown School Department employee, correct? Like,
Yes.
Okay.
any other questions?
No, that's why I was just confused when it said approved bus drivers. I was thinking the contractor list.
Understood. No problem.
Okay.
Any other questions? We are in a motion to discuss, so we would just need a motion to approve if the committee wanted to
I'll
do
make
so.
a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then we'll move on to advisory committee reports. Building?
Can you do building?
Sure. We always want there's three of us here, and it always gets passed on to me. So
You're the chair.
I'm the co-chair, interim co-chair. So the building committee met last week. We had a presentation that was provided from our OPM and architects. One was on the exterior interior designs of the Whitford Middle School. And then we had an update for the capital improvement projects. We reviewed the research and recommendations for a project labor agreement. We also reviewed the bids for the high school roof and made a recommendation, which is on the agenda tonight, to accept one of those bids. And we also discussed the ad alts for the new Whitford Middle School, and we prioritized a list for those ad alts, which we will put on the next school committee agenda.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the building advisory committee? Okay, budget and finance?
We met yesterday on April 6th. A lot of the discussion was around the fund balance, which is on the agenda tonight to discuss the specifics. I had to leave a little early. I'm going to thank Jen for the awesome notes. I'm going to have her do minutes from now on. I'm just kidding. They were so good. But we do need to schedule another meeting since our meeting on February 23rd was canceled due to the blizzard. So we might be on the report one more time.
Great, thank you. Any questions for the budget and finance advisory committee? Okay, hearing none. Rob, do you
Can
make a
I,
motion?
yeah, can I make a motion that we bring up under new business A, Hamilton Elementary blacktop improvement request to the next item on the agenda?
Yeah, second that.
Okay, all those in favor of moving new business A to be the next item, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and so we'll turn it over to Dr. Viva.
Yes. So we had a request from the Hamilton PTO. They identified that they, through the PTO, wanted to do a resealing of the blacktop. They had a conversation with the Hamilton principal, Dr. Swiger, and also Mrs. Hayes, our director of operations, to make a donation to the school department for the blacktop to be resealed. And they are here tonight to present their request of the donation.
Hello.
Good evening. My name is Zach Barnes. I'm the Vice President of the Hamilton PTO. I'm here to represent both Dr. Schweitzer, the principal of Hamilton Elementary School, to formally submit a request to revitalize the blacktop surface. We obviously did some fundraising for this purpose, and instead of going for new playground equipment, which is what everyone always wants, we decided to involve the stakeholders, both Dr. S., as well as the TAs, the gym teachers, the teachers that are actually out there during recess, during the drop-off procedures, to figure out what would be the best use of this limited money, and that was identified as resurfacing the blacktop so that it could be used for its intended purposes. Now we're no longer in the COVID era. We don't need those big big boxes to keep people 6 feet apart, and basically to help corral one of the largest census schools at these various recess times and at drop-off.
Great, thank you. Questions from the committee?
I think so.
No,
Yeah.
it's not.
Oh no, I'm
No,
sorry,
it's
we
not
moved
motion.
it. All right, can I get a motion to discuss?
I'll make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay.
So thank you for this. I think it's wonderful. I think it's well needed. I guess, Andrew, my only question is logistically, how does this work?
I think what we would probably want to do is reach out to the interlocal trust just to ensure that whatever they would do is they'd provide us with coverage that they would expect from any of these particular vendors. We just want to make sure they had the appropriate insurance coverage when they do the work.
Is there a reason we wouldn't just accept a donation, a monetary donation, and arrange for the work ourselves?
You could do that depending on the price. You may end up having to go. go out to bid? I didn't see, I
No,
don't think the prices.
So it's between the 5,000 and 9,000.
Yeah.
So we would just the school department would just need 3 quotes to do the work.
Yep. So in theory, you could have them do a donation with a specific understanding that the donation is only to be used for this particular project, and then you could do it through yours. Yep.
Is there a reason why it wasn't done that way in the first place?
I wouldn't ask that would,
No,
yeah.
that's just like a general
Bridget, do you want to
question.
speak to kind of your thoughts on how it would be best from your perspective to proceed?
So I'm Bridget Hayes, Director of Operations. This just was brought to my attention last week from the PTO. I think it's a great opportunity. They've done the legwork. They have the quotes. They have done the vetting. They've done the process and just brought it to my attention. I vetted the other schools. From my perspective, they've done the work and they are most comfortable with the vendor that they've chosen as their own 501c3, having it be their own organization. That was the direction we were proceeding, just given the history. But certainly,
Which would be fine from my perspective legally. Again, my only concern, and I'm sure it's not a problem, but we would want to get from the trust what insurance they may require and just cross-reference to make sure they have it.
I'm going to interject by objection to this process, especially since you're just learning about this yourself. I absolutely think it's wonderful that you took the initiative. I first don't understand why we can't be able to, out of our own budget, fund new blacktop at Hamilton, because we are also going to be approving $100,000 a year towards playground maintenance, and we have a policy that states we're supposed to be keeping up with required playground maintenance. So I don't know why a PTO has to pay for blacktop. It's wonderful that they want to, but I don't think they should have to. And the second thing is, I think if they do end up wanting to pay for this and the administration decides that this is the route they want to go, I do think it should be just a donation then to us, and the administration handles the rest legally. I think the RFPs, Andrew, you and I are disagreeing on this, and that's fine. You're the lawyer if you want to go with that. But I'm just going to say I object to a PTO coming back to us with RFPs. I think that should be our legwork to do as the admins and as a body that has a policy on this that we really haven't been following. And again, being on the building subcommittee, being a co-chair of the building subcommittee, I don't understand why we can't pay for this stuff out of our own budget. So it has absolutely nothing to do with the PTO. I think we should be handling this, and with the request coming from the PTO or from the school itself. And hopefully going forward, Bridget, now that you're here, you and Dr. Juvo will be looking at our playgrounds and using the fund balance that we're going to put aside that the Budget and Finance Committee is going to bring to us this evening. And every year we're going to have X amount of dollars, $100,000, to put towards the most need, the schools that have the most need. And this sounds like it's a really important need.
So I'm going to kind of add, because just to kind of clarify, I think and just for understanding of when we look at our CIP process of identifying work that we have to do, and I did share this earlier just to have expectation there. The blacktops, the parking lots, repaving of parking lots, doing resealing of blacktops, that is all separate from the playground. The playground policy is looking at the actual playground, the equipment. We did an evaluation on all of our playgrounds. I want to keep that separate from here, just for like what we're looking at, so we're all clear in evaluating playgrounds. And what we did earlier in the year, we were looking at the playgrounds itself, the equipment, and what safety features we need to put in place. Their request to do the blacktops goes along with, as we look at our CIP projects, and we have many projects that we have to do across the district, of identifying repaving of parking lots, resealing of playgrounds, all kind of go through with that surface restructuring. We have not identified yet any of that work that needs to be done as part of the CIP. I just want to kind of make that clear of why that hasn't been done yet with the many projects that we do have. So just kind of thinking it through, we're going, if we do the resealing of the playground at Hamilton, I think we do need to consider other schools that need this as well. And if so, is that a project that we need to kind of move ahead with other projects?
So was there an ask for the district to fund this?
No, there wasn't. The ask was that my understanding of this is that the Hamilton PTO did some fundraising, and they would like to donate those funds to the school department to have their playground.
Yeah,
to
when
have
I-
the
when I
blacktop resealed.
What Zachary say is that they wanted to make sure that they made a thoughtful decision. So instead of the PTO making the decision for the school, that they included the principal and the admins in that conversation. Is that, did I hear you correctly on that? And at that point, it sounded like the principal identified this as the need.
No, and
which I think is a great approach instead of just
100%,
making assumptions.
100%, but I think to Megan's point, like,
Yes.
I think, like, for facility things like this, I feel like PTO should not have to fundraise to fix the blacktop. Like,
Well,
there's an equity issue, like, with PTO fundraising in general, but I'm just curious, like, was this, why are we not paying for it, I guess, like, but if the ask was never made, then.
So there has not been an ask from the school to us to have this done yet.
Okay,
So make that clear,
okay.
right? The
And it's not just the
PTO
blacktop,
has-
right?
would
Aren't
like
you
to donate
adding
funds
like
to do?
play stuff on it?
Yeah, we're gonna.
That's what I like took
that-
from the letter, that
so-
it's not just
Yeah, so
doing
to
it
be,
because the blacktop needs to be done, but it sounds like you're going to include all this other.
to be perfectly clear, like the
Stuff.
blacktop is the step that is obviously the most expensive and costly and requires the most approval, right? But you know, having dads out there paint, you know, adding.
Yeah, that's what I got
you know,
from the letter, so that you're
hopscotch,
going
you know
to
what
do
I mean?
other
That's
stuff
an
that'll
easier
be
lift.
sort of.
And the other, and to the other point, it's time is a part of this, right? So how do you address, like, you know, how to bring time into this? That's why we did it the way we did it. Again, no direct ask was made from the PTO.
One question I did have, Bridget, one of the concerns when we did tours of all the different buildings was accessibility to the playground. And my understanding was that there's an area that is grass that makes it very difficult to have wheelchairs get to that part of the facilities. And so I didn't know if that was part of the conversation at all, that they had concerning asphalt, because my understanding is that that needs to happen as far as the accessibility to that. And if not, it's okay. It was something I learned and heard, and, you know, as we're talking about this piece, like, just.
Yeah, so I can speak to, we haven't done all the rounds of all of the accessibility evaluations that we were
Yeah.
looking at. The blizzard sort of got in the way of
Yeah.
that and has delayed that. But I will, that is certainly something that's on the radar for us. And I can say that after this was brought to our attention, we did take a look at all of the blacktops across the district to see, you know, were there any in more disrepair than others. They all are similarly leveled disrepair, so for what it's worth, I offer that to the committee.
Yeah.
And I also want to just clarify the procurement process for the PTOs is different than what ours is. They're a separate 501c3, so to my understanding, there was not a formal RFP. They were able to go out and get quotes because that's their own separate policy, and they have their own guidelines that are totally separate from us. So I just offer that for clarification.
So just to clarify my question, we will not be fixing that problem with this.
With
Which
this
is fine.
particular, with
Yeah.
this particular
Yeah.
donation,
Yeah.
that is not, to my understanding.
It is insufficient to fix.
That's totally fine. I just wanted to get clarification and also make sure people were aware of it. So that's fine.
So
Other questions from the committee?
Andrew, from a legal standpoint, you're fine with the setup the way that it is here?
Again, my sole concern is the insurance piece.
And there's no reason that that can't be coordinated, correct? Do we have to wait
Yeah, I
till
mean,
that's
generally speaking,
coordinated
that's
to
an
approve it,
email
or-
either from Bridget or me to the trust. They'll give us a list. This is what we would expect from this kind of a thing. We probably give it to the PTO to give to whoever they select, make sure they have that insurance and follow the guidelines, and you'd be good to go.
Yep, so can someone remind me from our policy standpoint, the school committee, if I remember, we have to accept the donation? Is that what we're being asked to do?
You would have to accept the donation from the Hamilton PTO to be put towards this work.
So it wouldn't be
That's
the
not
PTO
what
would
it
just directly pay?
Yeah,
That's
that's
not
different.
what it is. What-
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not how.
As I understand it, the donation is the work.
Is the actual
Yes, the
work.
work.
It's not a here's a
Right.
check,
Right.
you guys do the work. My understanding is
Right.
the donation is we've procured
You're giving us
3
the
estimates. We found a company that we want to do it. They're willing to come in and do it. We're going to pay the company as a 501c3. They're going to come in and do the work.
Yep,
Yeah.
so I guess my question, Leslie has her hand up, is what is the school committee being asked to approve or not approve today, just within our policy and within whatnot? Because I think, you know, and I also would ask, like, Ken, if you support this. Like, obviously, I don't disagree with Megan or Jen about the fact that, like, things like this should be covered by the district. With that said, as far as, like, priorities and timeliness, if the PTO and Hamilton want to do this project, I'll say yes, even though I think it should not have to happen this way. But I would also want to know, like, your opinion on it. if you support it, I guess, in this way.
I,
And then Andrew, can you check that other piece?
Of the policy?
Yep.
I'm looking at that right now.
I'm not in disagreement of the work getting done or accepting it. I think I'm just concerned about the process and that we should be accepting the donation unless we can say we can accept a donation of work versus just a donation of funds. But it was my understanding, and maybe I interpreted this wrong, was that we should be accepting the donation of the funds.
I know in the past, like Forest
And-
Park, we had a playground, the PTO paid for it. We had to get approval though from like the school
Yeah.
committee and the school saying it was
Custodian.
okay, but
And
the
that-
PTO
that's-
actually wrote the check for the playground equipment.
Right.
So that's
In
why I
which they
feel like
get
this is
donation.
similar. It's just that you have to make sure the school department and the school committee is okay with doing it, because we can't just go and do
This
it.
is a little different though than accepting a piece of equipment, like, and I think, I don't know, Ken, if that's kind of where you're like it's one thing to accept a.
It wasn't accepting, it was a lot of work. It took like a,
No,
like,
no, but like I'm saying, like here is a slide we would
No,
like you to
they
accept.
did
oh no, it was
No,
not
no,
like that.
it
It was
didn't.
a big process
Yeah.
of like
The
back
same
and forth.
thing.
The school committee, yeah, it was a,
Similar.
Yeah, and that's happened at other schools
But-
over the past
well, that's what I was saying,
years
like, I know
as
the-
well, where they
I just
PTO
thought you meant
does
the
the
P-
raising and they put it in the playground.
yeah, it was a big process. Like, but I meant the PTO actually wrote the check when, I'll say, the school department decided what to put in and what to get fixed and what happened to
Go ahead,
happen.
Zachary.
So the PTO is that we don't care, which it is.
You're
We
like,
just want,
just take our money
our
and
end
big-
result is that this improvement is made for this specific
Yeah.
reason, because it will
Yeah.
serve this specific school committee's, excuse me, the community's need for this to happen. That's our position.
Yeah.
So whatever needs to happen
Your
tonight.
policy refers to, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Sure, go ahead.
So your policy refers to gifts. It loosely defines gifts, which I just lost as I was,
My biggest concern would just be making sure that
a voluntary transfer of property that is given gratuitously and without consideration, which this is,
That's what this
quite
is,
frankly.
yeah.
But again, that's,
So
the
we would
policy
be
does
so
cover
we would be
gifts.
voting on accepting the gift that the Hamilton PTO
Yep,
is
and
offering
in fact, the
district.
policy also says
As
that
stated.
it can be specific, it can be for a specific purpose, and if it's in excess of $5,000, it requires your approval.
Yeah.
So I think that's,
That's how we're
you would be
doing it.
accepting the gift of having your parking lot refinished.
See, if you'd done 4,999, you wouldn't even be here. Lesson learned.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking. I think my biggest concern is as long as Bridget and Dr. Duva are comfortable with how the PTO wants to do it, like, and the PTO is willing to work with Bridget on it, like that, I'm fine with. If Bridget's fine with it, I think where I would be concerned is just like, for lack of a better word, like the lack of control over the project. Like, you know, because if you got the money donated to it, Bridget would be working directly with the vendors. Whereas in this case, like, the PTO would be working directly with the vendors, and if something went wrong, or if there was a delay or timing, like, that's where the district loses control. And so, but if Ken and Bridget are comfortable with that, I would be comfortable with that. So,
I would say that if we're moving forward with, looking at the policy and we're accepting the gift of the work being done, then my suggestion that is done in coordination between the
like, with approval
Hamilton
of.
School PTO and the school department.
Yep.
In that process of overseeing that work within the timeline of when it needs to be completed.
Anything to add, Bridget, on
I mean,
that?
that's,
Yeah, no, they got to coordinate with this.
right.
Yeah, no, I think the PTO's been very, upfront and forward and trying to proactively seek us out and engage us in the process, so I don't have any concerns, and I'm happy to continue the work and make sure our staff oversee the project as it goes.
Is there a timeline? Did I miss?
Yeah.
Zachary, when are you going to paint the four squares?
The earliest that this can really happen is the end of this month, and that's weather permitting. So realistically, we're looking at late April, early May. If everything were to go very smoothly, quickly, that's the earliest it could happen. And it would be done on a weekend, so as not to disrupt what's happening actually at the school over the course of 2 weekends. Because it's the first is to resurface the area, and then second is to repaint the basketball court.
Other questions, comments left from the committee?
And it's the intent for this school year is the goal.
So, yeah, I mean, like I said, philosophically, I think it's great. I have no problem with it, but I do think that we need to, as a committee, look at like what our stance is on fundraising from PTOs for things like this. So, like, but that I don't want to say no to the blacktop over a procedural thing, and as long as you two are comfortable with it, then I have no problem.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So I'll make a motion to approve.
I wasn't, sorry, I had a
Once
comment
she makes the
first.
motion to approve, we can do discussion again.
Another discussion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Second.
Okay.
I still have a lot of concerns with this because now my next question is, since you did see a need for the other blacktops across the district, it sounds like now we're gonna have to address that at some point, especially if Hamilton gets a new, pavement that I believe blacktop should be done by the district. So, I have to go with my conscience on this one, and as much as I want Hamilton to get that, I just don't believe, I am going to object based on the process, because I feel like this just keeps happening and happening. There was an issue a few years back with the Stony Lane PTO being limited in the amount of money they raised, and I feel like we keep talking about this, but we don't actually address it. As Jen said, I think we really need to address this and decide what are we going to allow to the PTO to fundraise for, or they're going to be allowed to fundraise whatever they want. Whatever it is, we need to come up with some sort of standard, consistent policy, and I just don't think we should be paying for this with, they should have to pay out of their pockets. I think we should be able to get this done for them. So I'm not objecting to you all, I'm objecting to the process.
So Jen, I think it's already on the list
It is
somewhere,
on the
but
list,
yeah.
yeah.
All right. For the policy advisory committee to look at, but perhaps we could move it up the list, yep. Other thoughts or comments from the committee? Okay, hearing none, we'll make a motion to accept the donation from the Hamilton PTO. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to unfinished business, item A.
Make a motion to discuss the nutrition spend down plan.
Second.
Okay, Dr. Duva?
Yeah, Leslie and Trish are both here tonight to go through the child nutrition spend down plan for us.
Oh, we
So
also have a rule, once we
we
vote on
can-
you thing, you are allowed to leave. Welcome to stay, but also we don't find it to be rude if people need to go.
Thank you for allowing me to stay.
Yes.
So
Leslie
and Trish, come on up.
And you're welcome to sit if you'd like.
Which one are we doing? Spend down,
You're
nutrition
doing the
spend down.
nutrition spend down plan.
Hey, Trish. Hello.
Go ahead,
Do you want
Leslie.
to kick us off, my friend? Alright, so we are putting this back in front of the committee. I know that Trish has we wanted to discuss in more detail some of the items that were on there specifically for fiscal 26, and then kind of talk about what we would like to see moving forward for fiscal 27, because we had that discussion about the concession trailer. And then I know that there's been a considerable amount of work that has been done since the last meeting, so I did want Trish to kind of provide some updates on what's currently in the spending plan, so that we can possibly help to make some of the decisions that we need to kind of get this set to head into next year.
Well, we put the cafeteria furnishings out to bid, and they just came in last week. We have 11 submitted bids, and we're going through those now. And the vending machines would most likely be rolling over until after July 1st for when we would receive them. We also have the bid in for the walk-in freezer and refrigerator at DMS. And I presented to the principals the hydroponic fork to farms grow kits. And
Lettuce for everyone.
what's that?
Lettuce for everyone.
Yes, let us grow. And that's where we are right now.
All right, so just to clarify, the current document that we have is what we had currently previously approved for the spend down plan.
And it sounds like from what Trish just shared, the furnishings will get spent down this year. The vending machines likely will not, but everything else likely will.
Yes, the forks to farms, the walk-in, the freezer. Yeah, the vending, no, that's the only thing that's gonna carry over. as
So out
far
of the
as
721,
being available.
430 is then minus 70. Is that correct?
Correct.
Questions from the committee?
So, yes, that was one of my questions, was how much of these are actually going to be achieved? So it sounds like the vending machines are not and should not be part of
So
this.
we would have to move those to
Okay.
fiscal 27.
And then my other question was the hydroponic forks. The last time this was presented to us, there was a note that that was being deferred. That's no longer the case.
They're available. And at that point, originally we did have it deferred, but having talked to the vendor, it was something that we were planning on doing anyway, and it could be done prior to June 30th.
So that will be done?
Yes.
Is that at all of the elementary buildings?
They've been offered to all the elementary buildings.
So they was offered, but did they all say that they would like it? Like,
They
are we
haven't all
buying?
said they
Yeah.
want it yet.
But is that 32 number? Is
That
that
would be if everyone
if- okay,
was to
thank you.
take it,
That's
yes,
what I was
everyone's
looking for.
gonna go along with it.
Okay.
And then the final two items, which Trish did mention, the fee coverage and the negative balances, those are, those could be, as long as we put that into play, because it would be going from May until the end of the year. So that will happen as long as we approve this, and we're gonna move forward with covering those fees, which we know we can, because we received the information from RIDE. And then the negative balances, we won't know that, or what that amount is, until, like, going through the audit processes into the summer. So it won't be something that's cleared as of the end of the year, but it will be done through the audit process, so it will be part of the fiscal 26 plan, and will be represented in fiscal 26 on the audit.
So the numbers that are presented here in the first column in cost, which are like 825,000, we're saying the update now is 721 less 70, right? Basically.
Yes,
So
and
it's-
that's because some of the items came in less than what we had anticipated when we did the original.
And does this 825 represent it just does not represent the original number, correct?
No, this is the so this is what we had regrouped based off of what we thought could be spent or what had been
Yep.
done when we did the first budget presentation.
What was the original number that we approved for fiscal year 26?
How much were you supposed to spend, is what Jen's asking.
Yeah.
Jen, you don't have that memorized?
I'm disappointed in myself that I don't have it memorized, because I'm usually really good like that. Nutrition. There we go. That's good. Oh, why does this come down from that in there?
Other questions for the committee while we're looking at that?
So, Jen, I have 875, 500, was the strategic spend down and additional improvements, which is on that document. Then we had 135, 500, which was operating expense reductions, which
Okay.
were taken through. So that would have been, so when we were talking in the last meeting about like a planned deficit,
875 was our original number?
yes, for a total of 928, 469, but again.
Ignoring the
Yep.
the spend down.
So 875, 500.
Okay. So we're gonna hit about 650 of that.
Was there a reason that we were only doing 3 schools cafeteria furnishings?
So this was, and I was actually just going to point that out because I'm looking at this document and I see that it says 50,000 because it just has Forest Park. But in one of our discussions when we were here, we talked about having that be for all of the elementary schools, and we had increased it to 100,000. So there would have been an additional 50,000 that should be on here.
That math doesn't math though.
So this isn't up to date then for.
It's definitely not up to date, but that doesn't make any sense.
Well, because originally the cafeteria, the Forest Park was not going to be entirely new tables, so it was going to be new tables at, correct me if I'm wrong, but your original discussion was new tables at the high school, and then some of those tables would be
perfectly
used,
good tables
and if there were enough, and then we would have had to.
I thought we had discussed that that was not what we should do, if I'm remembering correctly.
We
I
did,
thought
that's
we
what I'm
had
saying,
talked-
this is not reflected, I'm just noticing that this is not reflected on here. We had talked, but the number I had was elementary school, and it was 100,000.
We
That
have
was the
the
original
bid
number.
for Forest Park.
How much is Forest Park?
Is that why this just says Forest Park, because that's the only
This
bid that's
says
been
high
in?
school, no, all three are in, DMS, the high school, and Forest Park.
Okay.
So, and then are we doing,
We're looking at two different documents here.
That's definitely.
But we have the bids in for all three schools.
So, okay,
This
let's
is
step
the one
backwards for a
they
second.
have.
My recommendation, since you have a lot of money left that we were supposed to spend out this year, is that if all of the elementary schools need cafeteria furniture, which my understanding is most do because they're very old, that we
Yes.
should buy that furniture and see if we can get it in by the end of the fiscal year. Like, why wouldn't we do that? If we need to spend this money down, our auditors
I
have
agree,
told
my
us that we need to
understanding
spend
was that we did do that, and
Yep, so can I get it done?
I'm just trying to get
Forest Park was the
clarification.
one who came forward, yeah.
Well, no, I understand that, but this is not, so we have.
so
Okay.
did
The
you
document
survey
I
all
have
the elementary
provided
schools
you
and
is
that was
the
the only one
document
that
that
said
I
they
have,
needed
which I
it?
believe
I
is
didn't do
representing
an official
what
survey.
bids have been in on.
Okay.
But
Not-
that's not what we should be presented. We should be presented what the spend is, not what the bids are. Those are two different things, right? Like,
Well, so.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm not disagreeing with
Okay.
you.
So there's an opportunity there. So if we could just get an updated document on that, and if we could actually order that furniture, I think that would be great for students. And I totally understand like trying to reuse the furniture, Trish, but I do think what an elementary cafeteria needs is very different than what the high school might need, and that we should defer to the principals on like what would work best in their spaces. Because I know a lot of them are multi-purpose; they use them for a lot of different things. So I think, like in the like we should get them what they need if we have the funding to do so. Unless you have other ideas on how to spend the funding, but we seem to have been struggling with that, which is silly. I know it's hard, but here we are. Other questions from the committee regarding FY 26 spend down? So we'll get accurate numbers, but it still seems, even if we did. That would get you close if it actually cost $50,000.
For each of the schools.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
If the number $50,000 is actually how much Forest Park's cafeteria cost, and then you did Stony Hill, if you did the other ones, you'd get close to the 8 number that we were trying to achieve. I mean, we're open to like other ideas too, but I thought that was my understanding of what we.
I think that is the most reasonable thing to put in, with the expectation that we're in, beginning of April, and we're talking about doing something for the end of the year. And in terms of stuff like this, I mean, these are spend downs that we can do, but, ultimately we start looking at closing out the year in May, at the beginning of May. So I think that is the most realistic thing that we can do, and reasonable thing that can be done in that time frame. I mean, if we start trying to pull out other things, we're going to run into the same problem that we run into with like the vending machines, that we're not going to be able to get items here, and we're not going to do things that it's going to end up driving over anyway. So if we're being realistic, that is a realistic thing we can do. We have bids already, we have numbers, we have things that we can do.
And isn't it like a bid for a table, not necessarily?
Taking what we are proposing for FY 27, that 250,000, and moving it up to FY 26 for cafeteria furnishings?
Where do you see that count?
Well, I'm trying to figure where is the other money coming from?
Oh, because the original number was
it's coming from the
875.50.
original number, yeah.
Yeah, so they're supposed to spend $875,000
This
for
year.
FY 26, and the number that was presented to us is 721, but that's actually minus the vending machines, which is 70, and so it's even less than that. And so, if they did the cafeteria, we would probably get very close to the number that they were supposed to spend this year. The furniture, and because I don't see it in FY
For some
27.
reason that number's just not on this spreadsheet.
Yeah, it's just not there.
It's not. It's from
I was
last year.
looking, I was
Nope,
trying to
doesn't,
find the other.
doesn't exist. Here we are.
Looking for that other.
Yeah.
I actually found the file.
Other questions, comments from the committee? FY 27 thoughts
No,
as
so
well?
I just had a question. So, just because you had Forest Park, but we can just do a bid for, aren't the tables probably at the elementary school all the same?
I would imagine there might
So
be.
you could just say, oh,
Let
we
them
bid.
go up into the walls.
Oh, okay, so, I
Yeah,
mean,
like
is the
quick
current
results.
bids fine to, okay.
Yeah, the elementary ones that are freestanding is a standard spec.
And then Leslie, and thank you for doing all that work on the credit card fee.
I mean, okay, so other, for FY '27,
So just
are
going
there
back
other
to-
questions in FY
to
'26?
FY '26, have we actually implemented that transaction fee coverage yet?
It would
Says
go
May.
into, it would be May, it would go into effect in May.
Okay.
One of the
Oh,
things
sorry,
I
from
just
May,
wanted
okay.
to make aware is that we are gonna, I would propose that the transaction fee is waived if you deposit $25. Because we're gonna be getting billed every time somebody puts in an amount, and if I were to put in $10, we're gonna get we're gonna get spending more
Oh, because you don't
money.
think everyone puts in the max every time?
No, they don't put in the max, but the average person, $25 is very common. So I would want people to have to put in $25 to have it waived. Because
no.
if somebody put in $5, now we're paying $225, now I put in
Here's the-
$5
Yep.
next week.
It's
we're
the
paying
same I get it, yeah, it's the same
I
amount.
totally understand that, but the goal is to help families that are having financial need, and sometimes you
Right.
just don't have $25,
Yeah.
like, right,
So it may be higher than what,
you,
if somebody were to start doing it differently because they're not paying the transaction fee, there isn't really an incentive to put a certain amount on because I'm not paying the fee, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, but I know what you're saying, because probably the people who
Yeah,
are
it's a
paying
combination.
the under amount, you know what I mean, like, it
Yeah, like
might
if
be
you can
because
afford-
they don't know that they don't want to have that much on
well,
their
and also,
credit
I'm
card bill.
pretty sure that we put you can't put your kids' whole school year lunches on right now, there's a
Right.
max.
It's
and
$100
So you
for
force
families.
us to pay, you force the families to pay a fee, and
Yes.
so if you lift that
Yeah,
max.
it'll be interesting to see how it trends with the deposits, and maybe not.
And I think what she's saying is if we can also lift the max at the same time, I think it's gonna change.
Well, it's just that's.
Oh, but did we talk about, I think
If
the
we
company
lift the
doesn't
max-
allow you to do that, right?
No, that's our
They
choice.
do allow it, but every transaction fee is gonna be a higher amount.
Oh, to you guys, but not necessarily what they're charging us.
To us personally,
Okay.
if we were
So-
to raise it to $500, then if somebody were to put $20 down, they were gonna pay a higher convenience fee.
So.
All right, I got it.
That's what
I
we
think
came into last year.
With the purpose of the spend down, it looks like you have budgeted, 6,400.
Mhm.
If it exceeds that, you will be fine.
Yes.
It's the only time we can say that.
So,
And full
yeah,
no- full
literally the
numbers.
only time in our lives we get to say that. And so I wouldn't put a stipulation on it if, like, just waive them for May and June, and it is what it is.
Well, then at least we'll see too, what
Yeah,
the amount
exactly.
is.
My suggestion was just gonna be, we waive whatever it is from now, from the starting point till the end of the year, and then we do a cost
See what
analysis, we'll
happens.
do a fiscal analysis, just like we do
Yeah.
for everything else, and kind of decide how we wanna do it for '27. And then just also, because, again, the negative balances, right now I've put in 14,000, that is what it typically is. This past year, it was significantly higher. It was, I think it was close to 80,000.
Yeah.
So just know that is, if that can flux greatly.
Just to clarify what you just said, we had $80,000
Of unpaid.
of unpaid
Of-
things.
Yes, of unpaid,
Oh, which is fine. Okay.
which was absorbed by the operating budget.
So why would you only put 14 down on
Because that's what
this?
it has been every other year, that historically it is
But
not.
what has changed for families in the past year that would make us think that they could afford to pay their bills?
I think we'll go by.
That sounds concerning. What's that? Custodian?
Yes,
Okay.
custodian.
So there could be a possibility that could,
We could hit our 875, 500.
but so say, so we're approving this, Leslie, if that number's not 14, do you have to come back and get us to reapprove it?
I don't think so, because we have plenty of.
That's not how this works, though.
We're not approving anything tonight because this number's wrong.
That is true.
Yeah.
Thank you for that
But
clarification.
So, I'm trying to articulate this the right way, so.
Like, do you have autonomy to just work
Yes,
with
I was
the
gonna say,
best
that regardless of what it comes out of, if we use this, that number has to get paid regardless. We have the authority this year based from USDA and RIDE to pay it out of here. Normally it comes out of the operating fund, and it happens no matter what. There's no approval. That's just, it's an audit function. So it would operate the same way here. If we choose to have it come out of this fund, whether it's 14,000 or 60,000, so the only thing you would have to say is we are authorizing you to use this fund to pay this balance, not the amount. So regardless of the amount, if you want me to pay it out of nutrition, it's whatever the amount is.
Because you're saying it currently would come out of the operating budget.
Otherwise, it's going to come out of the operating
Our
fund.
general
So-
operating budget.
Correct,
Yes.
and that's how
Yes.
the bad debt works. So
Yep.
the most you would have to do is say we are authorizing you to use food nutrition for this year because we have the ability to do that for RIDE.
Good. Okay, so
But
that number
if
could
you want, I
be.
can take the dollar amount out for purposes of approval if that makes it easier, or that I don't know if that would be harder.
My only question would be that is, I understand where the 14 came from, but if last year was so dramatically out of whack, like I question whether this year will be 14 also. So I would leave a number in, but maybe bump it up. Do we know, I mean, aside from are we able to look at that and see why?
Do you know how much we have right now?
Yeah, we can see what we have right now.
Yeah, we'll be able to pull that
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Maybe check, and then that number could be more accurate, because it does matter, because if it is only 14,000, then you have more money that you need to spend to get to the $875. If it's way higher, then you have less, and that matters, like, so. Other questions from the committee? Anything on FY27? Because that would be the plan, and is that the number that we need to hit for that year? Do we have a number for that year based on what we need to spend down?
So right now, I mean, we obviously have it based on the items that we feel are feasible for fiscal 27, based on what Trish has said are realistic or are necessary, and there's more that could be spent down. So there's definitely an opportunity to increase that number. That being said, in all of my conversations when we were doing this, Trish's concern, and I don't disagree with her, is that we don't want to just buy things for the sake of buying things and spending the money for the sake of spending them. RIDE will look at it and say, yes, we think this is reasonable for what you want in terms of, like, we have to provide our spend down to them as well. And I would just be concerned that we are, we need to focus on what we need to spend down this year, make sure that we can do this. And I think there's items on here that 320 is a good starting point. I'm hesitant to just keep adding to it just for the sake of adding to it, so that this time next year we're not sitting in the same place saying we didn't spend it all and we need to go through it again.
But don't we need to approve FY27 like now? That's like, right? That's
It's too
Right,
quick, yeah.
but we don't, because there's nothing from the operating budget that is affected by this spend down, we can approve the budget and it's not impacted by this at all. There's nothing in it.
Yeah.
They're two totally separate items, so,
So we can approve the budget without approving the spend down plan?
you can approve it without approving this, or you can approve the spend down plan and we could reapprove it again. It's not tied to the budget at all.
Yeah.
We can change it 10 times between now and the beginning of the year.
So it's like if something I get what
But
you're
on
saying, 'cause if
July
something
1
came up that we needed and wasn't on here, we could add it.
But on July 1, you need to plan for how you're spending this money. You can't spend anything without our approval starting on July 1.
Correct.
Yeah.
In terms of anything above and beyond the operating budget, yes. And in our conversation, so to that point, what I agree with her on is that she's saying this right now is feasible starting July 1, that we can work on this and actively get these items in process and working on things, and then assess, were these costs accurate? There's research that we're still doing. Is there above and beyond? And then once that's in place, look at it and say, okay, we feel comfortable that we can move forward with these items, and then assess what kind of another round of spending would be for fiscal 27. But right now, we almost felt like we were just kind of grasping at straws.
So right now, if you take the concession truck out and you take the transaction fees out, there's only 2 items on there, a walk-in refrigerator and an automated dishwasher. That's it.
And I can only base what I'm putting forward based on what,
Exactly.
the department
Yes.
thinks are necessary and what would be useful. So I would have to defer to Trish on that in terms of, what these are the items.
Can you just remind me, Leslie, what the number is that they only want us to have a certain amount in this account? Like, there's a certain threshold. Like, how much over, if we spend the $875 this year, ish. How much are we off of that threshold that we need to continue to spend down? Because I know we don't want to
Yeah, we
have
have
it at
to
zero.
keep around 475.
So it was 475 for when we did the 25, so then it will be based on the 26 numbers. So when we do that, because our expenses went up, that 475 will be higher, so we'll probably be in the fives.
From my conversations with RIDE,
So then by fiscal 27,
we're not,
I would maybe
we're not
around-
the only ones with more money than, we're not the only ones who are sitting on money and have a plan that's just progressive and going in the right direction.
That's not what I was
So-
curious about, though.
So we need to keep, I would say
475?
conservatively probably closer to 525, because we have to think
Yeah,
about,
buffer.
that's a 25 number.
Yeah.
A fiscal 25 number, because that's our last audited and net cash resource. So if we say 525, we ended our fund balance in 25, we were around we were just under, I think, 1.8. So if we spend 875, we're gonna be around $1 million, and then if for fiscal 27, we were looking at 320,000. That's not that far off from that 525 that we need. So we're looking at maybe 250,000, 300,000 offset.
Because Aaron, are you asking, like, does RIDE have a specific number
They do,
that you
they do.
cannot
They do,
go?
that's what I'm saying. So
They do have.
I mean,
So when I was
is
trying,
my math-
Leslie answered
is
it.
my
So
math
basically,
mathing?
what I can't do it that quick, but basically, there's 1.8. Then if the FY26 spends around 875,000.
Then where we're supposed to be.
That we still need to spend down.
So that puts us at
300
925,
about.
and if we spend down the 320
Yeah.
in fiscal 27,
We'll be back to where
we'll
we
be
were.
at 605. So we'll be
We're still
slightly over.
The number.
So the 320 is not a like ridiculously outrageously low number. Can we add to it? Absolutely. But do I think that
I'm
we have
looking at
time
a
to be
250
thoughtful?
number.
Me
though.
too.
It's adding the 70 for
Oh,
the cafeteria.
gotcha.
Oh.
Yeah.
But
Oh, I'm
but
sorry.
that
I'm looking
doesn't-
at my document because I'm
but
at
that-
320 because I
yeah.
already moved it.
But that's
I
with the
already moved it
assumption
down.
that we're moving forward with the
Scott, you need to do
concession
your own
trailer.
thing.
Right, and that's my other question.
I work in real time. Sorry.
When are we gonna see a business plan on the concession trailer?
I would say June.
So you're asking us to approve something for July 1st that we're not gonna see until June?
Yes.
Well, can I just, so when I look at the spending plan, I'm looking at it as these are items that we want to purchase throughout fiscal 27. So if they present it in June, I don't think that
Well, the spending plan is fluid.
that's what I mean,
Yeah.
like the items on fiscal 27 in reality could be
Won't
on
happen.
June 29th of 2026.
I think what we
We're
don't want
looking
that
at
to
I think
happen.
the point
I think
is
what
we're
we're looking for
asking
is
us for
some
approval
strategy.
for a July 1st number, and we've yet to, despite asking, we've yet to see any backup on this.
Is
So-
it possible to get that for the May meeting?
Yeah, we'll defer
We
to both
can,
of you.
yeah, we were gonna have the wellness survey assessment
The May
meeting
meeting.
Well,
as
let's
well.
do both. Well, 2 birds, 1 stone. Or the meeting after that. So there's a May.
Or can we move it to June? Because Dr. No. Okay.
So there's a
Yeah.
May 5th meeting, and
I'd
then
rather
there's
have this done.
May 19th. So let's aim for.
No, I meant the wellness assessment.
Let's aim for May 19th.
I
That
would
would at
like to.
least give us a
There's
little bit
lot
of
that
time.
happens in
Yeah.
June.
So that's
Okay.
We
Okay.
only have
That's fine.
we're gonna do May 19th,
Three
and then
more
that way it's not June, but it's not
4 more meetings.
tomorrow. You know, like it's somewhere in between, and then that way we can assess it to try to. Because I do think it's important that we have a plan for FY27 before FY27. The plan can change, all budgets change, but we at least should have something mapped out a little bit.
So it'll be all
Because
your
if we're
first
not
meeting.
going to do the concession trailer, then we need to figure out what we would be spending it on, because we do need to spend it on something. Because RIDE does not want us to carry those funds, so that would be we'd have to have a backup plan, and we would want to do that before July 1. Not to say that we have to spend it on July 1, but all right. Other questions from the committee? Okay, so we'll get updated numbers, and we'll see it in May. May 5th.
No, hold on, 1 second. I'd like to jump in for 1 minute. I'm just looking at dates because of a lot of other stuff that I know is mine.
Yeah.
So I want to be realistic here, so we're not coming and then having no again. My recommendation is at the May 19th meeting, they come with the budget, with the business plan for the catering truck. Well, not truck, but it's a catering. It's a
I was just saying
Trailer.
the
Trailer.
updated numbers for FY26 by the May 5th meeting. Those numbers are
yes.
right.
So yes,
Yeah,
so
that's
bring
what-
those
that's what I was
numbers to the May
expecting
5th
for May
meeting.
5th,
We only
yeah.
have 4 meetings left.
Yes.
So for the and
Who's
that's
counting,
also
Ken?
well, there's a reason. There's a reason. Not again. So May 5th,
Yep.
we will come back with updated numbers on the spend down limit.
Yep.
May 19th, we're going to come back with a business plan on how the concession trailer is going to be used going forward. Because there's also an issue with RIDE that's pushing this too, because they have a whole event that's happening in the next few weeks with other districts that have concession trailers.
They do it all the time. They love a good
So-
concession trailer.
So
there.
we will have that.
Cumberland,
But I'm saying this
you know.
because there's a lot going on right now,
Yep.
and Leslie's being stretched very
Yep.
thin.
I do think just
And-
getting, this is 90% done. That FY26 stuff is
FY26, yes, can come for the next meeting. The plan for the
Yep.
concession trailer.
But
I
that
want
lands
on
more
the-
in Bridget's land, correct?
Right,
Yes.
but still there, I just
Yeah.
still would like
Totally
it
understand,
on
but
the
that's
19th.
less fiscal, more.
And then after that, we only have 2 meetings. That's why I'm saying not to move the other one.
Oh, no, that's fine. The 19th
All right.
works.
Anything else on
Yeah,
this?
just before that.
Okay, thank you. And then FY27. Is there anything that we need, anything else, Trish, Trisha, on this one?
Well, I stay, just in case.
What's that?
I would stay. For company.
I was just thinking,
I'm
I was
hoping
gonna.
this is gonna be an easy one.
Leslie, you
Don't
literally
say that.
know that we don't say that.
Don't
Okay, FY27, school budget, can I get a motion, please?
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
All those in favor?
Hi.
Alright.
Okay, so at the last meeting, we discussed, all of the items in terms of like the increases in the different fees. But the main question came with the addition of the healthcare increase, and that needed to be reflected in here, and then in order to offset that, we had to make some adjustments. So at the time, I knew an approximate number that it was around, but we obviously needed the exact number, so we were fairly close. The difference was $5,032, so we were able to make some adjustments. So as discussed, we went line by line and just kind of sharpened the pencil and said, okay, what have we spent, where are we, we obviously have a different perspective now that we're in April to when we first started this process, and we're looking at our numbers and what we had spent year to date. So I was able to really look at that and say, okay, I can feel comfortable. And there were some small tweaks in multiple accounts that we were able to reduce to get to that, $5,032, and then balance out $1,493,300. That's the change that was made. Does anyone have any questions?
No, so just to clarify, our revenue is going up by 30,000. That's to offset the increased cost of the breakfast. We've added the additional health care cost of the $5,000 for the benefits. We've increased the salary for the proposed child nutrition supervisor, and we've put back in a half-time van driver.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, ish.
So the net increase from when we first started talking about this is the 31,000.
Mhm. And if the committee would like, I can talk specifically about the reductions that were made in the expense lines if you want to have that spelled out. I did put it in a bullet point, just so that everybody knew what lines they came from, but.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion? I know why we're doing it, but I do think it's a choice to raise rates, but we also have $1.8 million in food service surplus, and I understand the concerns about like that, but I do want to just note that for the record.
When will that communication go out to families about the increase?
So I believe that a letter has been drafted. I do have, I have a copy of it. It still needs to be reviewed. There needs to be decisions. Is that something, Andrew, that needs to come before the committee first?
A letter just to families?
Just to families talking about the increase? I don't
once
know
the
what our
committee
policy is. I
approves
don't
it,
know if
then
that's something.
no.
Okay, so once we approve the increase, then we have the letter. So Bridget has worked on, Bridget and Trish have worked on that. It's come to me for review, and then the two of us will meet, and obviously we'll bring in Dr. Duva. If anyone else wants to see it, we're happy to share it once we have like a final version before it goes out to families.
Is that same letter going to include the information about the transaction fees?
Come on up.
That would be good.
I can say, I actually was doing the letter in terms of a broader communication plan for, specific to the families on their savings for the meals, and didn't include the transaction fee because I wasn't sure at the time of what was exactly going to be included, approved
I
to
wouldn't
include.
confuse those two.
No, I think it needs to be separate anyway, since we intend to start one this year, and the other one isn't starting until next year.
So the beginning of
I
this year.
think that they'll be, we would do two separate
As
communications.
long as they both go out. That's,
Yes, and I was actually trying to have a communication plan for, specific to the increase in the cost of the meal, because I think there needs to be an FAQ, perhaps on the website, some social media push about it. I think an earlier letter to families, as the group has requested, I think to give people as much advance notice as possible, and also some instructions on how to apply for free and reduced lunch, you know, those regular kinds of proactive things that we can do to help people understand.
That's great.
Do you want me to share, and I don't know if this, if Andrew, again, I never know like what is allowed and not allowed, but do you want me to share the draft that she's worked on? I'm happy to share it with the committee if you'd like to see kind of what
No,
we've
that
worked
we
on.
don't, that's,
Yeah, you bet, because then they'll be discussing it
No, we
collectively,
can't
so
do that.
don't-
Got it,
once they
okay.
approve it, you guys can handle
Yeah,
that.
right, yeah, that's
But I think it's a great idea, like how you're including everything. Because there's probably people who don't know they can get free and reduced lunch, and maybe this would provoke them to.
yes, our state legislators would like everyone to fill out that application. It would actually very much help them, and that's something that they've been working
Absolutely.
hard to get families to do. Something to consider just as you're thinking about the FY27 is that we could consider the convenience, the $2.25 convenience fee. So like we're raising the rates for the meals, but if we reduce the fee, or we were able to absorb the fee, depending on what happens in May and June, just as far as numbers, that is something that we could consider.
I think that's
To try to
currently
help.
there is an amount that currally in the spend down plan, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
For next year.
For fiscal 27.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for the
Yes.
whole year.
30, yep,
Yeah.
30, excuse me,
Uh,
32,000.
I missed that, I'm sorry. And I do think we should consider raising the amount that people can put on. It would help them. If, like on that other side, they would help them with that.
Well, maybe
piece
just
too.
do analysis, because I think what Trish was saying
Yeah.
is that then everyone's going to have to pay a higher fee.
But they're
Like
not
if
paying
the
the
convenience fee is $3 now, if we go up, everyone might have to pay $5, right? Because it's a fee.
But no one would be paying that fee. We would.
Right, we would
we're
be paying
absorbing
it.
it.
But I'm saying, like, I get what she was saying,
If we
that would
approve
probably be
it,
more
yeah.
than you
Right.
estimated.
In the grand scheme of things, it would balance out because people would be adding more often, and so we'd be incurring more fees. So whether we do it, they add it less than the fee is higher that one time.
Might not matter.
If-
Yeah.
I'm saying if we're eating that fee,
Mhm.
if you let me put $400 on my account, you're only going to eat that fee once, is my understanding. If you only let me do 100, the district's going to eat the fee every single time I do
Cor-
it.
Correct, but the fee on the $400 will be higher because it's a percentage of what you're putting on.
But no, that's not true. When I put $25 on my kids, it's the same as when I put $100.
No, it's like, but if you go over 100, the company charges a different fee. So like up to 100 it might be $3.
I've
Up
never
to
seen
200
that
is
documented anywhere.
no.
When
It's
we-
probably like how
when we
businesses
approve,
do it.
yeah, but when we approve school, whatever, I don't remember that. So can we check on that?
Mhm.
Because it'll save us money if we're paying the fee, and not like not the Earls. Huh?
I said, you don't want to pay for it?
Oh, I mean it's fine. We have money, and I am very cognizant of that money is the people who paid its money. Like that money was generated by families. That's why that money exists, and so I think making sure that they get as much back as possible, as swiftly as possible matters. So that's where my concern lies. It's not about the fee; it's about the fee when we have money. Other questions, comments on the budget? We have a motion to approve. Okay. Hearing no other discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Moving on to B, can I get a motion?
No, we're going to talk about the fiscal year 27 school budget revision. We can talk about that.
Can you do that?
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay. Good, man.
Can I start?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you have a memo attached to your packet that identifies our strategic plan of how we are going to balance out the budget. We know we talked about the last meeting that the town council approved a school fund appropriation that was $283,834 less. Plus, we had the health insurance increase that was 17.71%. We only budgeted 10%, so that represented an increase of $470,000. So in total, we had an exercise, Lizzie and I, to look at how we're going to balance the budget of the shortfall of $753,834. We first looked at staffing retirees that are coming in. So we identified the number of teachers that are teacher staff retiring this year. We looked at what that breakage would be. We came up with a conservative number, and we did that because what we are planning to do is look at the difference in staff that's retiring, that are leaving at step 10, some with master's longevity, and when we move forward, staff that we bring in at a lower salary range. So we came up with a conservative number of a savings of $275,000, and that was through the adjustments of staffing changes and a retirement. We also identified $125,000, which would be through other operating expenses that we have and our substitute line. So that gave us a total of $400,000. We still had $353,834 to identify. We shared this information with the town manager and the town finance director. We had a meeting with them to discuss how this would be rectified, and the town manager agreed that he will be presenting to the town council on Monday a budget that would balance us out. In doing so, and I know there's another agenda item on here that kind of overlaps with this conversation. We met, and this is all related, Andrew, so I'm going to talk about solar credits, but it's related to the budget here. We had a meeting, Leslie and I, along with Mr. Mollis and Mrs. Bridgham, to discuss the solar credits. We had a lot of conversation that back in 2022, there was an agreement with, there was an agreement that the town made to have a contract with net metering, solar net metering farms to have credits back to the town regarding our energy use. It was presented to the school department at the time back in 2022 that there would be an agreement that the school buildings would be used to bring in rebates to the town for the energy use of the schools. At that time, the way that it was agreed upon was that the school department would provide those rebates back to the town because the school department cannot do it themselves. In conversations we had with the town manager today, the rebates were going back to the town, not with the school. So if we make a change to how that is done and the rebate stays with the school, that rebate would essentially lower our budget next year by a certain percent. It wouldn't cover the full 353, but in his presentation to the town council would make a recommendation to increase the town appropriation to cover our difference here. So between the $400,000 that we identified, the solar rebate that we have in our that's in our budget, we have the line for the electricity and the electricity rebate, and the town appropriation, that would cover the $753,834 difference in our budget for next year.
How are you going to arrive at the number that the town needs to increase the appropriation by?
Yeah. So that number, again, it's a
I don't need the number. I'm just wondering how it's being
Yep.
calculated.
So what we looked at, I'm just going back from our notes, the solar credit that is in the FY27 budget, it's an approximate like $600,000, right? So I'm just going to use numbers, right? We have to pay where the town has to pay the solar farm 2/3 of the rebate, and 1/3 stays with the town. That's always happening. What's being proposed is that the 2/3 gets paid, so we would have to provide the 2/3 fee to the town. They have to make the payment. The school department can't. We keep the 1/3. So 1/3 of that number stays with us. It's approximately like 200,000, and then so the difference would be somewhere around 135,000. That would have to be a proposed increase in the town appropriation.
Which the manager has to propose and the council has to vote on.
Yes,
Okay.
which would happen on Monday.
Okay. And if that did not happen, do you have a plan B?
If it did not happen, they still have to provide the funds to us.
Okay.
It would just be in a different way, but the town would still have to provide those funds to us.
Right.
Because they have
We'll
to,
get to
they,
that.
they have to fund our,
Yeah.
because they have a responsibility to fund our budget for the school department.
But doesn't make sense. But they didn't put that forward.
No, but in the end, they still are responsible for funding our budget.
I'm lost.
That doesn't feel.
So he's going to make a proposal.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's either a combination of the solar credit and the town appropriation, or it would be a complete increase in the town appropriation to fund our budget.
But
less,
they could,
less the 400,000 that we've
Right.
already reduced it by.
Yeah. Okay. I was like,
Not 700.
not, so
Yeah,
you're
not
saying like the
750.
Less 400
353.
that we've already.
Yeah, it is the $353,834.
and when we get to that agenda item, I have more questions. Like, well, I have more questions about that in general. But okay, questions regarding what Dr. Van Leslie presented for the FY27 school budget revision.
And I sorry, I just have one more question. And I understand that you've had conversations with the town and there's no reason to think it won't happen, but they have to approve their budget on, like,
Monday.
On Monday.
but that's the, are they actually, they're voting on it that night, right? So if, let's say that they said, no,
Well, I think there's one more vote, right?
well, that's
the
my
public
question.
The public hearings
And then
are.
they vote on the 27th.
Yeah, and the final vote is on.
But either way, we don't have another meeting, so,
We would, if we
would-
needed to,
that's
we
what
would.
I'm- Okay, yep.
Like that, there's no other option.
I just wanted to
Yeah.
put it all out there.
Yep.
And even in the personnel adjustments, we won't really know till next year what the number, so it could actually be higher than the 275, right?
It could be higher.
Right, so
Yeah, it could be.
until
I mean,
we
that was-
hire all the
Yes,
teachers,
yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
that's what I
So
was
that
saying.
was- so
Because
that
I
was
think
a
you were good
cons-
being conservative.
We were incredibly conservative
Yeah,
just
which is
based
great.
on the volume of retirees that we got, which we found out on April 1st, and like how we did the breakage. So a typical breakage is like a step 10 to a step 1 or 2.
Yeah, but
We
that's
did
not-
not do that at all. So it was very, very conservative.
Yeah, I just want to point out that I thought it was good you did it that way, because then there's still a little bit, like, once we hire people, it could, increase that number.
Other questions on this? Okay, so the hearing will be on Monday, and we will, Dr. Duke and I will be there, and we'll see how it goes, and then I guess if we need, depending on that discussion, we'll.
Okay, we have a presentation to make to the town Monday.
Okay, can you
Yeah,
send
do
that
we have a
to the
joint
school
meeting?
committee?
I was
so we
gonna
can
say,
see
we
it?
will all
I think we're all be there.
That's right.
I was like, wait a minute, I'm like, I think we're all
I was
going.
thinking about us leaving policy,
Yes.
that was the problem.
Yeah.
Alright, so we'll all be there on Monday, and we'll see how it goes. Can we get that presentation emailed to us before we see it at the
It'll
town
be
council?
very similar to what we've already discussed.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from the committee regarding this? Okay, moving on to B. Can I get a motion for B, please?
Make a motion to discuss.
Fund balance.
Oh, nope, I'm not done.
No, you're not done. I was
Sorry.
going to say, I'm going to have you actually.
You're here all night, Leslie.
Yeah, we
Pajamas
should have
this
put you
time.
up there so you could have just
Alright,
like.
fund balance, Dr. Duber?
Leslie?
So we discussed this at the Budget and Finance meeting yesterday, and kind of updated all the fund balance information in this pretty file
Yes.
that Jen color-coded.
I was going to say, as much as I would love to take any credit for this, I have to thank Jen for taking my original document and working on it so that we had a working document at the meeting.
Yep, and I believe where we left this last week is that this was gonna come back to the committee today, but because we weren't able to get attachments up, that we would be able to discuss as questions, but I think my recommendation would be not voting on this, because it was not even up it was up for less than 24 hours, right? Attached to the
It got-
agenda
it
for
just
the
got
public.
attached today.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
it did, okay, I was like,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
I didn't forward it,
Yes.
Well, and we knew that because we knew the
Yes,
meeting
I know.
was
Our meetings weren't
yesterday.
really
Yeah,
aligned
so
how
they
they
wasn't
should
like
be.
aligned up correctly, so, but we put it on so the committee could ask questions if there needed to be any clarification, et cetera.
And what we did as a committee is we went through, I know there was a lot of confusion as to who was understanding what, and we all agreed that it's glad that we brought it back to the table because we did all kind of understand what we were doing differently. But we made a consensus on how we were looking at it. So our first step was to look at what, if anything, we thought we needed to add to the already made allocations for fiscal 26. So that was our first step, was going down and looking at the categories and saying, we've made this allocation in fiscal 26. Do we need to make an additional allocation in order to bring that balance where we like it to see it moving forward? And then once we made those decisions, we decided what, if any, allocations we would like to make for future years and in what dollar amounts we would like those. We also took some of the line items and we combined some so that it was more fluid and made more sense to what was priorities for the district now. And then we also took some items and we kind of broke them out just based on different things that might be covered in our current capital improvement plan, so that we could allocate appropriately to items and they weren't kind of lumped in together. And then there were some items that we looked at and we thought these were items that were kind of one-time purchases that would eventually fall off, so we chose not to make future allocations to those. So the list that we presented and the actual Word document that Jen put together actually lists out the additions and what we've decided to remove. And then we have a corresponding actual spreadsheet that shows all of the years, some of the allocations will be, so you could look at a total from year to year and then an overall total based on all of our allocations. And one thing I do want to point out, it was something that was discussed at the last meeting, we have noted it on the document, is that these are allocations that would only get made if in fact we have a surplus from the prior year. So this is not a guarantee of funding year over year for any of these items. If we find ourselves running in a deficit at any point where our fund balance would actually be reduced, we would actually have to be pulling from existing allocations and the existing reserves. So it's not, what we're putting in here is not saying that we will definitely have by 2030 we're going to have $1 million or $2 million in turf, because if we don't have a surplus for the next 4 years, no money's getting allocated. I also think it's important, it's not something that the committee did, but it's something that the school committee should maybe think about, especially if we're not at a point for approval, is prioritizing any of these, because this is all dependent on a specific amount of surplus. So if we have a surplus that's only $300,000 one year, we would have to determine at that point which of these would get their allocation.
So it does say in there that if we had less than the recommended amount, the amount that we have would be allocated according to the percentages laid out.
Okay, so we would just, and we're
So
okay
if
with
that's something that we should probably just confirm.
Confirm, correct.
Yes, but that's the way it's currently noted in there.
But there was no specific recommendation during our meeting.
No.
To change that, so I just wanted to point that out. Does anyone have any questions with any of the allocations that we made or any of the changes from last meeting to this meeting?
Okay.
So we'll put this back on the agenda at the next meeting.
That would be my recommendation unless there's some time-sensitive reason.
No.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. I just think like when we can, we should try to have it.
Do I need to send you a Google form or will it just go on?
It will. I roll over anything. Yeah. Thank you though.
Just asking.
So it'll just be rolled over for approval or non-approval, but there isn't anything additional that we need to change or see. Just want to make sure there's no action item for me.
Do not believe so.
I don't
Correct.
think so, no.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to the next item. Can I get a motion?
Make a motion to discuss item unfinished C.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, so you have an attachment here, which is a breakdown of a request that shows for the next 5 years a request to the town to provide funding to the school department for capital improvement projects. Over the past few years, there have been times when the requests were made to the town, and it was agreed and funding was provided. Just noting, we did put a note in here that in FY26, we did not receive any funding. So each of the district has asked the town council to fund a capital reserve for the district in an attempt to have a consistent funding source for capital needs, including transportation fleet, maintenance equipment, technology needs. Although the town council has funded the district's capital fund in some years, there are other years that there has been no capital funding. There was no request to the town at FY25 and FY26 for a CIP allocation due to the request for the school bond, and then the town did not, so therefore the town did not provide any CIP funding in FY25 and 26. There was a request through the asset management for FY27, but I do not believe we're receiving any funding for FY27.
Has the town council voted on that yet?
I have not received anything yet. Just the last conversation
Was it on their agenda?
was with from the asset management, and I believe they only funded or looking to fund the town projects. So we have not.
Okay.
So I don't anticipate that we're going to receive that.
Yep.
So what I did in putting this together for your review tonight is looking at known projects that we have that are being covered through the school bond right now. And we know that there are other projects in the capital improvement that need to be done, assigned a dollar amount for each of these. In addition, if I just go through the list, right, so total, we're looking at somewhere around 700,000 each year as a request. This year for FY27 lines up with the request that went into asset management. That was the 767,489. 230,324 athletic complex reserve, and that we identified tennis courts. 100,000 for playground upgrades. Physical plant and equipment was 25,595, and then the remaining was for facility upgrades of 411,574. Moving forward, I identified that we would continue to request 100,000 for athletic capital reserve because there's needs across the district. We look at athletic fields, athletic complex of continuing to renovate and meet the needs of refurbishment. Security upgrades of 15,000, playground upgrades of 50,000, and physical plant equipment of 25,000, and the remaining 525,000 for non-bond related capital improvements. And that request is what we would make each year, assigning specific projects around those amounts.
Okay, questions for Dr. Duba?
So will we get a formal no from them on the fiscal year 27?
I made a note.
I will follow up on that, but I'm just going with my recollection from from that meeting. Didn't sound as though our projects were being moved forward.
Yeah, well, I think I didn't get to watch that whole meeting, but what the asset management committee puts forward is their recommendations of what should get funded, and then I don't know, the town could separately take your proposal. Yeah, those things are not mutually exclusive.
So then with with the budget that they're putting together, right, which will be presented on Monday, that should include the capital projects of the town.
If it's coming out of operating, yeah. But if it's not coming out of operating, then no. Is there a reason, Ken, or can you remind me why 2, 5, 6, and 7 are on this document but not having requests made for them?
So that is the current funding that is there. So from the previous year funding, for bus fleet upgrades, there's 66,018 left. auditorium 25,000, library media.
No, yeah, that I
100,000.
understand. What
so
I was
the
asking.
reason why I
yeah.
didn't put this in there is because we have it through our fund balance. So we've identified in our fund balance what we would be putting in as far as funding. So I did not include it in this request as well.
Say that one more time.
So we've identified in the fund balance assignment how much would be going into those lines with any surplus we have. I did not include it in this request for the town as well because I want to put the focus in on the capital improvements, the non-bond related capital improvements.
So you're saying, for example,
So I'm not
library and media repairs are on the other document. And so if we have a surplus, we will fund those. But then if we don't have a surplus, library and media repairs gets nothing that year.
And some are on both.
And some are on.
But like athletics is on both.
Yeah.
And so, because what is on the fund balance sheet is just for the turf. That is specific to the turf.
Well, there's two. There's turf and non-turf.
Yeah, let me add it non-turf.
Dr. Duke, I believe that one of the reasons specifically when we were talking library media was was not included because that's part of the actual CIP,
right.
And since that's part of the current bond project and all of those are getting redone.
I don't think.
What we talked about
There's like
yesterday
issues,
was
yeah.
that, yes, they are being redone, refreshed, whatever, but we didn't want to wipe the account down to zero and then leave a zero, which is why we are in our fund made recommendations to allocate some annually.
Correct.
Which I would think would be, I mean, you can make the argument that you can ask for funding in both areas, in both.
Well, it's two different things, right? So the capital funding request is if the town wants to fund either out of their operating budget or out of their surplus projects for the schools, in addition to any other building projects that they are spending money on. Ours is if we happen to have fund balance from the previous year, how we would allocate it.
Yes.
Those are two completely different things, and one might happen one year but not the other year, and vice versa. To not ask for those things, it's only funding them then if we have a surplus.
It would be only funding
Yeah.
them. However,
And I don't know if
the
that-
amounts that are in the non-bond related capital improvements, if there was a need for that line right there could cover any improvements across the district. What I'm saying is like, so if there was a year that we didn't have money identified in through the fund balance to put in the lines for the auditorium or the library media center, we still have within this request the amount of money that we're requesting for non-bond related capital improvements could go towards any capital improvements across the district.
My only question was like in looking at what the allocations were from the prior committee, right? Like for capital requests, it was like 150 for athletic, 75 for bus, 150 for security, 50 for playground, 50 for auditorium and library combined, and then 225 for technology. And so we've shifted that request. It seems like we're not asking for any capital funding for the town for technology. And my question would be, with the understanding that if the town gives us money that is for specific things that we ask for, our because you can make the argument playground and auditorium are non-bond related capital improvements if we needed, but could you make that argument about technology? Right, so that's my only concern, is not asking for any money in that specific.
So we can add an amount there.
So do we know, so we have the CIP list, right? Very long, very scary CIP list. Some of the CIP things are in the bond, like we had to prioritize those. Do we know where this document aligns with how much money we've already identified that we have a gap in? You know what I mean? Because like ideally, like this, the goal of this document is to kind of give the town and the school department like, hey, we know we have these things that we need to address. And we know we don't have the money to address them right now. We know that they're not in the bond. Like, this is how we think we should roll them out if we are able to fund them. So I think, like, maybe trying to align this document with the non-funded CIPs, just to see where like, is 400, is that number even close to what we need to do? Like, you know what I mean?
So the 525 each year?
No, the 715 each year.
So that
All these projects should be in the CIP.
So the 715, I mean, that would get us close to it. I mean, would it resolve everything that we have on there? No.
I mean, really, like, I think, Erin, if I hear you, you're saying, like, we have a CIP, we've identified these projects, these are the ones that are not in the bond, right? Those are gonna cost us X. So what's our plan to achieve that X number through this funding request, right, in a perfect world? And so in reality, I think probably this should go to the building committee, and you all should sit down and look at what is on that CIP list, prioritize it, and then make the recommendations based on the actual project.
Like, I think this is a good start.
So the 525 with the non-cap of the bond related, right? So we need $4 million. So we've identified through our capital project, what we submitted to RIDE, that there was an additional $4 million of work that if we had the funds to do, we would do. So based on looking at the requests from the I'm flipping screens over here. So between the two documents, we would have just under $4 million. It would be $3,661,000 in funding to put towards the capital improvement projects if we were fully funded on both.
Does it align with the categories, though, like how you did with fiscal year 27?
That's right. That's what I was trying to say.
Like, you took your actual request that you made for fiscal year 27, and you said of that.
So
you
what I did for FY27, because we already put in a request, it aligned with that request exactly.
And I'm saying, like, for the rest
For the rest of them going forward, so if you look at the last line, the non-bond related capital improvement, that would align, because nothing's identified yet, that's money that would go towards capital improvement projects we've identified of that $4 million.
I guess let me rephrase this another way. On that capital improvement list, is there anything that specifically calls out playground, auditorium, library, like that type of thing?
So, no, but the reason why I put the funds in for the playgrounds is because we know that over time our playgrounds need to be.
This is a CIP
renovated.
list, though. Like, CIP, like.
But the playgrounds would be part of capital improvement work that we need to do for the.
So they should be in the plan.
So.
To
I mean,
make
the
its point.
playgrounds are not identified yet from, if you go back from the CIP list that we have originally, from going back from 4 years ago, and that was the list that was used with identifying the work that we need for the district, process with RIDE, playgrounds weren't in there. That's why I
I
added
guess
it
that's
here
kind
to
of
make
my
sure that we have
point,
funding
is
in
that
there.
I think this should be mimicking the CIP list that we have. And so if the CIP list doesn't currently contain, I'm not saying that we shouldn't put money, but what I'm saying is we have an identified CIP list. This should be the vehicle to achieve that. And if like, there are no playgrounds identified on there, then we shouldn't be allocating. We could allocate it in addition, they could move the rest in addition to, but we should make sure that.
Yeah, like you have to start with the CIP list.
Yes, and then.
We have to move on to, and that's where we got stuck with the thing, like about funding the playgrounds and stuff like that. We have that whole list that is not fully funded, and then we also know we have other needs. And so I think that's where we have to start with the CIP list, figure out how we're going to get there, because unless the town takes out another bond, we need a spending plan. But then also, we either need to, and I'm not sure how it works in identifying things like playgrounds, et cetera, but like either those things need to be identified and worked into the plan, or we need like a sub. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I mean, my thinking on this was that last line on there for the non-capital, that's going to get us the money that we've identified of the $4 million.
Why have anything called out then? Like, why wouldn't you just have
non-bond related,
Yeah, like
put
these
all
are,
the
like-
money in there?
Yeah.
I mean,
Like kind of the goal is to say, okay, this year we're going to do X amount in these areas. This year we're going to do X amount in these areas. Like it's kind of to make progress towards it. Like having that catch-all
Mhm.
It's kind of,
Because I know that we need to identify that 4 million for the items that are not covered through the school bounds of work that we said we were going to do. So my thought was putting this in as the request, that's going to be the money that we could put towards that work that we said that we would like to do if we have the funds available.
I have to be honest with you, back in the day when we talked about the revolving funds, the 4 million, I was under the impression that we had that money versus we're gonna put a bunch of projects out there and then hope to find $4 million somewhere. So
No, that was not where, it was a 4 million of money that we need to put aside to be able to do it. That's either coming from savings from the current projects that we have and funding that we are putting aside for that.
right, but it exists. So versus it's not out there and here's $4 million of worth of projects we want to try to tackle.
Because RIDE said we had to identify, that was because of RIDE's request, because RIDE at the time said you're not going to get fully reimbursed on WMS because of based on size and their equation of what you get reimbursed. We want you to come back with another amount that could be reimbursed, knowing that that is money that we have to put aside and save in order for those projects to be done.
Got it. I
And
think
we
we're kind of saying the
explained
same
that to
thing,
her,
but
so,
in different ways. Okay.
So that's why I'm saying if we want to do that, one, through the fund balance, we've identified a line with the fund balance assigned that as we get a surplus, money's going in there to help fund that. And then also through here, identifying another line to fund that.
So, Aaron and Jen, to your point about we need a capital improvement plan, Dr. Juniva and I have had conversations about this offline and just in general, and I've always said, like, we need a long-term plan with our CIP projects that are coming down the pipeline, but also that might pop up. Not that this is an excuse, but this is one reason why probably Dr. Juva hasn't been able to come up with like a long-term facilities plan, because we talked about this. We don't have the supervisor facilities, and then Bridget just came on. So it's great that Bridget's working with us, and I think as soon as we can get a supervisor facilities as well, the two of them can work together with you to literally go into our buildings and assess them and come back with a plan. We have a lot of that through our vendors, through our bond projects that we're going through, but then things always pop up. And you're right, we need a plan first before, I mean, we should have a plan first
So
before we
this
actually
funding
ask
would
for the
identify what we've already come up with of those projects
But
that
it
are
was-
getting done over.
It was my understanding that fiscal year '27, those were all for non-CIP included projects, correct?
So we did, I identified projects that were not being covered at the time, as well as things that arose over this past year.
So, right, but so
And I
I'm just
put
saying
that in
those are
there for
outside of
FY27.
CIP, but to Megan's point, there's a $4 million cap in the
Mhm.
CIP. So it's, that 767 is for non-CIP included projects. So we need a 767, plus we need to close the gap on the 4 million of the already identified projects. And that's what we need to have a plan to fund, is that $4 million. And so that's what should be represented here. And in my mind, it should be by product category and by the year that we expect to be, you know, if you're doing heavy roofs one year and something else in the other year, right, like kind of.
So instead of having just a line that says non-bond related capital improvements, breaking that down between categories of what we've identified as those projects of that formula.
Yeah, like I don't think we have to go down to the granular level,
Mhm.
but if there's a list of identified capital projects that we're trying to fund,
And-
like this should reflect
Yeah,
that.
and I think the reason, so this is an update list, right? That we had the old one that they had created that expired last year. I think it was 2025 was the last, FY25 was the last year on it. So I think, my understanding of that document, which I was not here when they created it, it was to allow the school department and the town to have, like, at least, like, not a plan, but at least like, hey, this is what we're working towards and this is what we're going to be asking, so that the town could anticipate, like, what those requests might be. And then what we saw as that rolled out was that some years they did give some money for capital, and then as we know, some years they didn't. But so, like, even looking back at the old ones, like, that plan wasn't fully funded, which is how we, like, got here. And so I think the more, I don't think it needs to be down to, like, the detail, but, you know, kind of being able to say, hey, over the next 5 years, if we receive this money, this is how we would chip away at the CIP. Like, that's kind of where we're looking. And I think
like we could also have another plan for non-CIP things, but like they're not. I think maybe that would make more sense. So what do you think, Ken, for the next step on this? Because this came out of just because the document needed to be updated because we were working off 2 outdated documents. So there's not the time frame on this is our time frame, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, I mean, so what I'm hearing is you want 2 things done. You want, one, the breakdown of the projects that would be entailed within the 4 million that we said that we have already identified through our necessity of construction projects.
Yeah, but I think what Jen's saying is just group them together. You don't necessarily have to list each one out. Like if a couple of them go in one bucket, maybe.
Right, like I don't think we want to add 22 lines to this.
Yeah, so like if they all like kind of combine them into a group project.
We can do that.
Group
And then
title,
also
I think it'll be
identify
easier.
additional CIP work that is needed on top of that.
Yeah.
So you want me to come back with more than 4 million, basically.
I mean, no.
Why not?
Well,
Well,
it will be.
Shoot for the sky.
They will be. I mean that.
But I think that's fine because then at least we have a
the CIP
document
every year.
Right. That's gonna.
to see long term what we need to do.
Because when does the CIP get submitted? We submit it annually, don't we?
Well, we create a 5-year CIP every year.
Yeah, but then we update the
We update.
like yeah. But what do we know? Do you remember when we do that?
So we would have to have it done by the end, usually by June to have it done. You would take what we have from the past 4 years and add a year.
So that will be on. We can put that in the building, but like they would work on that, right? For
Is,
this.
Kenny, it's usually due, like, the actual asset, like, right, it's due July 15th. July 1st, and
I
then.
think we have a policy on
July
this.
1st, and then
Yeah.
housing needs due July 15th.
I think it's June 30th or something for us
Yeah,
to
it is.
see by
Yep.
June 30th.
Which would
We're
make
just
sense
thinking
if
about
we
how
have to
good
get it
so there was
right by
a
July
performance
1st.
on
Right. Yeah.
And
Okay.
just the one other note on this, and Ken, we talked about this yesterday, the $25,000 that's showing allocated to technology, that's really allocated to a CTE program, so we should change the
Yes.
description
Yeah,
of that.
because, we changed it on.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions or comments on this? Okay. Hearing none. Okay. I'm gonna go. I can either call a recess or I can just leave. I want to do the rest of it. Do we want to take a 5-minute recess?
Yeah, you take a 5-minute
It's hard as chair to
I
leave.
I was like, are you leaving?
All right, can you take a 5-minute, a motion for a 5-minute recess?
Second.
Thank you.
return from our recess. Next item on the agenda is item D. Can I get a motion for item D, please?
Motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay. We have a memo from Mr. Mazzanotti. Questions from the committee or anything? Mr. Mazzanotti, you want to?
Well, yeah, I can say, just per the committee's, per the committee's request last week, I looked at the data pertaining to the MTSS summer school and the transportation. And what I found was that we had 65% of students in grades K through 5 attending the summer school who access school transportation. So based on that, my feeling was that we should continue this practice, and we should make an adjustment to the recommendation that came forward last week. And we will be moving to recommend keeping the K through 5 MTSS summer school program consistent with past years, which will include the option for school transportation and set the defined start and end days for each student in grades K through 5. We still would like to look to pilot the high impact teaching program that was discussed last week for grades 6 through 8. That is something that we would like to see as a kind of a new model. We have a 6 through 8 model that really didn't work effectively last year, so we feel like that would be a good sort of like entry point with that and see how it goes for the year next year. So we would like to continue that, and that's really it at this point.
Thank you for revisiting that.
Okay.
No problem.
Questions from the committee? So Rob, for the middle school one, I know you'd mentioned that was where it was like some was hybrid or all online.
It would be, our hope is that will be a request, like parent, family, student request, if they would prefer a virtual or in-person one. That's kind of our vision for it.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, I'll be curious to see how that goes, because I think, like you said, that middle school has been, so maybe this will be a way to
Try something new.
Yep.
reach more students.
That's the idea.
Yeah.
Great. Any other questions on this? Any action needed? I know this was a rollover.
No, I think it was just,
Last question.
yeah, because I don't think we need to vote on this. We just had it last week.
Moving on to new business, we already did item A, so we'll move on to item B. Can I get a motion for item B, please?
I'll make the motion to discuss again.
Second.
Okay.
So, no, unless you want to jump. So, yes. So as I said earlier, we had, Leslie and I had a meeting earlier today with the town manager and the town finance director. I did not have an attachment because I don't have the agreement yet that was from back in 2022 between the town and the two solar net metering farms. One is Revity and one is Green Energy. Leslie and I looked, we could not find anything back from 2022. We have nothing documented. I looked for old emails.
Check the school committee minutes.
I did not get a chance to check school committee
I
minutes.
just looked
I
around
did
the
at
time of the
one
emails
point
that you
and
sent me, and I didn't
checked
find
everything.
anything. But I was doing that during some of the discussion. I didn't see anything. But I only checked maybe a month
I mean,
or two.
it was, as a person that wasn't on the school committee, it was public, like it was discussed. Like
It was
I remember,
discussed, but
yeah.
there's no, like, we have no
Yeah.
document in the files.
Okay,
That being
that's
said,
it.
But does
Ralph,
the town have?
yeah, they're
Yeah,
gonna
so
provide
at
it.
least they have it.
They have it, and they're gonna. Ralph had told me that Deb's gonna send it to me. We just didn't get it today, right? So I'll have that. So we met today, and I, had said to Ralph, I asked him to please provide, just kind of history of all this because Leslie and I were not here. And so back in 2022, the town did present to the school department that they wanted to look at bringing in some net metering to get reimbursements on the energy use from the town and the school. When that was presented, for whatever reason, the school department said no. School committee said no. And there was communication between the attorney at that time and with the town. There was some conversation, the school department wanted to do it on their own, but they couldn't because you had to go through it with the town and have enough buildings to make it be worthwhile. So what was said at the time was, you can do it, we're not gonna, school committee said, we're not gonna stop you from doing it, you can do it, go ahead, and when we get the rebates, we're gonna send the rebates to you. And so what you see in our budget for FY27, I'm just going to refer to FY27 with the numbers. So for fiscal year 27, we're expecting that our electric bill is about $1.1 million. That's the 650. It's the 520,000 line for electricity, which would be the bill we pay, and then the 657,000, which is the rebates that come that we get that we're sending to the town. What we talked about today, and I don't know why this was never done prior, is that the rebate that's coming to the school department for the energy use of the school on the school bill, the portion of the rebate that we get actually stays with us. And so what we want to do is have an MOU between the town and the school moving forward as of the next fiscal year, so July 1, is that in our electric bill, we have 520,000 say that you gotta pay, right? That's your bill. And then the rebate, we would keep a portion of it. You have to, when I say you, they, the town has to pay a fee to the net metering farm. It's 2/3 of that rebate. So 2/3 of the rebate is paid to the net metering farm, and 1/3 is kept. So in essence, what we would do moving forward, if we agree to an MOU with the town, is that we would submit 2/3 of that rebate to the town because they have to pay it, not us, and we keep 1/3. So over time, you'll see that our expense on electricity would actually go down by 1/3 of that percent.
Just a procedural question on that.
Yes.
You said that when we first set this up in 2022, that the town, that the money, the rebate money, the 1/3 had to go back to the town. Who dictated that? Where did that come from? No, I mean, like, was that a law? Was that part of the rebate program?
No. So for whatever reason, at the time, the school department said, we're not going to participate in this, but we're not going to stop you, and we'll send the rebate. When we get the rebate from the electric bill, we'll send it to the town.
Okay, so there would be nothing.
And so it was being
preventing
sent
us
to the
from.
town. No.
Okay,
So
from
essence,
getting this MOU together and now
No.
taking back the rebate.
right, and so then the rebate would come to us because it's a rebate on the energy that we are using in our school buildings.
So going
And so-
forward, you're just
so-
waiting for Ralph
So
then
what,
to.
so what would happen next is that we would come up with an MOU between the town and the school and share it with the attorney, and
The town
Well, we
council
get-
would have to.
Does the town council have to vote and then we?
so
or
so
how does that?
Yeah, so Ralph would share that. The town manager would share that with the town council, and then would share it with the school committee.
So the first step is getting the documents,
You would need that original document.
and then the next step is the agreement
Right.
moving forward.
Yes,
Okay.
and that would be for fiscal year FY27. So that way, the rebates that we're getting actually stay with the school department and not the town. And the town has their own portion of rebates that they're getting on their buildings.
And we are calculating that anticipated change as part of our budget reduction that we talked about previously.
We are, yes. So it would be approximately like 200,000, 220,000 based on the rebate that we're expecting. So it'd be 1/3 of that. And again, it could change, right? Because it's estimates. You get anywhere between 65 to 66% in a rebate based on your energy use. So it depends on how much energy we are using year to year, so that could fluctuate. And then, of course, this contract, my understanding, was for 25 years, right? So going back, there was like 22, right, when it was agreed upon. So it's a 25-year contract that the town has made with these green energy farms. So when you think about it, when we have our new Whitford Middle School, it's going to be more energy efficient. So you'll see a reduction in our electric energy usage, in our electric bill, and the same would happen with the rebate that you're getting there.
All right, so we'll learn more.
So hopefully that answers questions that everyone has had and how we can move forward with this.
Definitely answers some of them, so thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you for meeting with the town manager. So we'll get more information on that. Any other questions from the committee? Leslie, did you have something?
I did. I just wanted to let you know, I know we talked about the documents, and I don't know if Dr. Duba saw this already, but the town did forward the backup documentation this afternoon. We got it late this afternoon.
Okay, I did not see it
And as well
before.
as the 2 contracts for the 2 farms. So, like, they
not
did
see
send
that.
that over right
Awesome, yes, if you
So-
would send that over to us so that we could see it, that would be
I
good.
just want to make sure with Andrew, no, Dr. Duba, he said that we could because it was with our own attorney. So that's fine to share.
The
All right, so we can
contract.
But yes,
Yeah.
I have it. They did send it over.
Okay.
I got it shortly before this meeting. I don't know if you saw it yet. So we
Okay.
Anything anything else on that? Okay, moving on to item C. Can I get a motion for item C?
Can I make a motion to combine, so to move up item E so that I can better explain item C, both of which were my agenda items?
Alright, so you're making a motion to
Move up E.
E.
So C first and then E, so C and E together. Can we take them together?
Can you combine ones?
I think if it's just an order of business, they move E up, do that one first, and then do C, right? That's going to give you the progression you're looking for.
Yeah, so I'll start with C then, and then I'll make a motion afterwards to move up E after we finish with C.
Alright, can I get a motion for item C?
Alright, motion to
Did you already, Kristen, did we do a motion? Sorry.
No.
Alright.
Motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, so I brought this forward because I would like to tender my resignation from the School Redistricting Start Times and Transportation Advisory Committee as chair. And I'm kind of going to touch upon E, but it's my reasoning for this. My reasoning is twofold, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the amount of work that goes into this, or or trying to get off of a committee for lack of time or anything of that nature. The biggest reason that I am I'm asking to resign is because from the inception of this committee, so I was placed on I was appointed to this committee after the committee was created, and I was probably one of the last members on it because the election took place after the committee was created. And what I have found being on this committee as the co-chair is almost just by the nature of it that the decisions are being made unilaterally and without collaboration with me as a co-chair. And I can understand that because, so Dr. Duva is the other chair, and Dr. Duva is in the building at all times. And he is able to, for instance, we just hired a consultant back in November, and Dr. Duva is able to meet with the consultant at all times. I am not privy to this information, and I just find my position as co-chair to really be, what's the word I'm looking for? Non-existent as co-chair. I am not involved in the agenda setting. I'm not involved in the scheduling. I was not aware of this latest meeting that was coming up on April 14th, and we haven't had one in a few months. And in fact, I actually wouldn't be able to make that meeting because of a scheduling conflict with a family commitment that I have. And I did not know about it until the announcement went out to the entire committee. And I do know that per our own policy, BCF, on advisory committees, the advisory committees are supposed to be committees that there's a shared responsibility, and I just do not feel as if I am part of that process. So the reason for C is that I just do not feel as if my existence on this committee, especially as co-chair, is valued, and I just don't find there to be any reason for me to sit on that committee as a co-chair. So, I am resigning.
Yep. Is there?
Can I just add comment? Because the last meeting that we were supposed to have, I did share the agenda with you to review to see. So I did put together an agenda.
I'm sorry, what meeting was that?
So it was the meeting that you told me to cancel.
Right, but you never shared an agenda.
I did. I sent it to you. I sent you the agenda. We had a conversation about it.
Oh, okay. So
I'm just saying. So I mean, when those agendas were, when an agenda was created, I would send the agenda to you to review.
But you created it without me even giving my feedback, and you would give it to me like the day before and say, "Okay, we need to get this on by this evening." Now, in the March agenda, you wanted there to be a March meeting, and I asked you, "What do you find the purpose of this meeting to be? What are we really going to meet about?" And in your exact words, you said, "We haven't had a meeting in a while." And I think people are emailing us, asking us when the next meeting is going to be.
It was bad, actually.
Yes.
I hate this chair. Continue. Sorry.
Whoa.
It feels right today. I was talking about how I hated it. Okay. Sorry, Megan. Continue. Or Ken, whoever was talking.
And So I think you and I had a good discussion on whether or not that meeting was warranted. And I did say, I think a good idea would maybe be to have the consultant present. And you said to me, okay, I will reach out to him because he said he might be able to present in February, March, and I'll get back to you. And that's the last that we ever touched upon that. So I am not, this is not casting aspersions, this is not placing blame. This is just literally the reality of what's been happening since I've been on this committee. And it's not a one-off thing. This has been happening over and over again. And you know, another example is when I first got on it, all of the talk around redistricting, I would show up at these meetings, and there were a lot of meetings where I was seeing things along with the committee for the first time. And what I'm saying is, it's understandable because you're in the building, you're the administrator. And quite frankly, I am not a big fan, and I've mentioned this before, of school committee members being co-chairs. I actually personally think that we would be better serving the community as liaisons on these committees versus actual chairs, because I find it to be very difficult to be a chair, especially when like you have a committee where you have several chairs, co-chairs who are on the school committee, and they're going to vote, and then they're going to come and they're going to vote again. So there are multiple reasons why I have issues with policy BCF advisory committees to begin with, this being one of them. I understand that, like, you're not going to call me every time you have a conversation with the consultant. I don't know how often you talk to a consultant, but I understand that it's just, to me, it just doesn't jive. This does not make a lot of sense to me. And again, this was a decision by the school committee to set up policy BCF the way they did, and it's the majority rule, and that's fine. But I am allowed to have, you know, my opinions and my actions that I'd like to take. I do not find myself to be of value as a co-chair in this committee. And quite frankly, I'm not so sure that letter D, reappointing someone to fill the position that I'm telling you we have issues with, is the best idea. But that's not my decision to be made other than my one vote. So I would like to resign from this committee. Now, that being said, I don't know how to go forward, because in order to resign, I'm not necessarily saying, I did put it on as resigning from the committee entirely, but I have thought a little bit more about it over the weekend. So I don't know how to go basically without explaining E for this to make any sense. And I really thought they were going to be back to back, but then when the agenda was created, somebody squeezed D in. So, because I submitted them back to back, and then D got put in. So I really wish we could have taken them together.
D doesn't even have backup.
Right, because you guys have to vote on it. You guys have to nominate.
Do that, Sherry.
And then.
Oh, wouldn't there be a person attached to it though that? Like,
No, I think you guys have to, you can self-nominate.
Yeah, it would be the same as we do with any other advisory committee.
Okay.
So Andrew, for just a procedure question, when a school committee member wants to resign from an advisory committee, they just resign, right? We don't vote on that, correct?
There's no need to resign. No need to resign. No need to vote.
You don't have to vote to take them off though?
Not part of the policy.
Yeah, no, I can't imagine, because, I mean, to be honest, just practically speaking, if any member of the school committee or the public just doesn't have the legal ability, whatever, to settle anymore, you just, the question I'm trying to figure out is whether you have to fill that seat.
Well, so,
okay.
So why don't we move, I think for the purposes of the conversation, so Ms. Riley, if you, like, if you want to resign, that's fine.
Yep.
We definitely can move E up, because there's no point in talking about appointing someone to the committee if the committee decides to not have the committee. So I would ask someone to make the motion to move E to the next item, and then if the committee decides to not dissolve the advisory committee, then we would appoint someone else to be on it.
And do you think we should take Lydia off just so that it doesn't mess up quorum if we keep it?
There's somebody
Megan
else
and Lydia's on there.
Lydia's on there also.
Yeah, so we can vote on that then. Thank you, Sherry. I did not catch that. I
Well, just
appreciate
because
that.
of quorum. And,
No, you're 100% right.
and I also thought, should we move Joni Clark as well? Okay.
So why don't we make a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the recommendations on the resignation and removal of members.
Okay, can we get a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then can I get a motion to move E to the next item, please?
Motion to move E up, please.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of moving, please say aye.
Aye.
Can I get a motion for E, please?
Motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay, so originally I did put this on as a dissolution. I am absolutely open to and interested in hearing the feedback, especially after Pam's comments on potential. So I originally thought about dissolving this committee because I don't find the charge to be, so when you all first created this committee, I think everyone had really good intentions with what they wanted the outcome, or at least recommendations to be, in terms of transportation, start times, and redistricting. I think over the last, however many year and however many months it's become very apparent that this isn't as easy as a committee can address these issues and get them to get changed. And a lot of this stuff has to come from the administration with input from the community. I do find that to be important. I think, first of all, in my opinion, a 24-member committee is a lot, no matter what topic you're talking about. I think I understand that you wanted to get a lot of community input. I just find that 24 members to have to schedule, make sure we have quorum, all of the calendar invites, etc. It's just a lot to have to, talk about all the time. So that's one thing. And then there's a lot of variation on feedback. But the bigger issue is, if you actually look at the charge, the purpose of the start time, or of the committee itself, I just don't know that these things necessarily can be addressed the way that this committee is set up. So, for instance, transportation and start times. The reality is that in order to change start times and our bus routes to actually be more efficient, we need more buses, and we need more bus drivers, and we need more bus monitors. And Dr. Dubé, you and I have had that conversation before. I don't know that no matter how many people you have on a committee, and no matter how many times you meet, how you can actually solve the problem of issues with transportation and start times without actually getting more buses. I would love to change the start times, and I don't think anything drastic. Again, you and I have spoken about this. For instance, elementary schools, make them consistent. We have 5 elementary schools, and their start times are all over the place. If they could all be consistent and a little bit earlier, that would be great. High school, if it could start a little bit later, that would be great. But right now, even if we wanted to change that, we don't have the buses to be able to do that. Right. So, to me, having a whole committee sit there, I almost kind of think it's a little bit, we're giving people a false sense of hope that they can actually have input into a situation, kind of a problem, an issue, where they really may not be able to give us, no matter they could have the best intentions and the best ideas, but the reality is we don't have enough buses. And then when it comes to redistricting, the one thing we accomplished since we've been on that committee, since this committee has been, since its inception, is that we hired a consultant. But the consultant at this current time is the one doing the work on the redistricting. We have not yet seen the product of his work as a committee. So, that kind of takes away that work from the committee. And then getting back to transportation, start times, again, those are things to me that really need to be dealt with at the administrative level. And as much as we do value community input, if we don't have the budget, if we don't have the fleet, I don't really know how we solve a lot of these problems. So I would be amenable to discussing an overhaul of this committee's charge and perhaps an overhaul of the duties and the goals. I just kind of find this document, this advisory committee charge, to be outdated, and I really think it needs to be updated. That said, if we need a school committee member on the committee, I would be happy to, with an overhaul of this committee, to jump back into that position so no one else has to join the committee, because I know everybody is tapped out with all of their committees. I still don't necessarily think I need to be co-chair, because I'd be happy. I'd totally trust you to be the chair and make those unilateral decisions with our input. I just feel like this needs to be restructured. So that's why I brought this to you all. Again, perhaps I chose the wrong wording, the dissolution altogether. Maybe we dissolve it and recreate it in a different way. But I just don't find this to be productive as it stands.
Okay. Any Any other discussions, questions, comments?
I think maybe just asking Dr. Duba, do you feel like now that we have a consultant, because I kind of agree with Meg's saying, is like, I feel like because we have the consultant and they're helping us do all the work, and even when they present, I feel like would it be better to present to us or even like the whole community as a whole, and then maybe figure out from there like another, like redoing the committee?
I would say that, so what I'm looking at right now on my screen is the 4-page action plan that was created to go along with the work of this committee in alignment with the consultant coming on. And we are pretty much in line with what we had said we were doing. So right now the consultant, what he has been working on, and Michelle and I have been going back and forth with him because we've had to go through boundary lines and look at transportation and where all the schools are, putting together the plots, which he has done. And he sent to me yesterday the final plan from conversations, and I had a meeting with him yesterday to refine all of that. So right now, with where we are supposed to be of creating the planning units and the plots of the map, which was estimated to be done winter of 2026, which we're kind of winter, spring, it's April, but that is done. And then the next step, he's going to be putting in all of the actual student and the numbers so you can see how many students are in each area on the map. So the reason why we have a meeting next week is to update the committee on that, to share the map with them, to get feedback. I think it's important that we have an advisory committee to be getting feedback from the community. Because I think if we do this without an advisory committee, and we just say we're going to make plans for redistricting, we're going to have an even more of a upset community than we did last year, when we did work with the committee and started to bring stuff forward. So my recommendation is not to get rid of a committee, not to get rid of input from the stakeholders that we have involved, and to continue with that work. We are right on task with what I had said originally with the timeline that we put together, and that was a timeline that was created with the consultant of the work we're doing and what we are about to share out with the advisory committee, which is the plot map to start reviewing, and then the numbers are going to get put in there, and then start working on looking at where all of the students are located in the district and start working on creating a plan moving forward. That's where we are with that. As far as the start times, we have not had any conversation yet with the committee on start times. Transportation-wise, we had agreed that we were going to have RIDE bring in the third party, if you remember from, and that is starting. So that will be starting. They're moving into their third phase, which they're including North Kingstown in. So they're going to start the evaluation of our transportation routes and come to us with recommendations regarding how we can be more efficient with our transportation. So it's all starting to come together. It's just there is a lot of work that's happening on the back end that we as administration are working on to bring that information forward to the advisory committee. I don't think we should get rid of the committee, and I mean, we could look at the work that we're doing, but I think it's important to keep the stakeholders involved, especially now that we have the maps are being put together. We're going to have some information that we can share. We can start looking at the plots in the neighborhoods. I think it's important that we have that feedback from our advisory committee.
So maybe it's just even updating what it says, because we did, when we created the committee, we didn't have a consultant, and now I feel like the consultant's helping actually achieve some of that stuff.
I'm going to make a motion to extend the meeting until 10:30, and then we can finish this discussion.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
So I do think there needs to be a balance, though, however you decide to go forward, because I think there needs to be realistic expectations, though, when you ask for the community feedback. People also have to understand that there will be decisions that you as admins need to make, tough decisions that, like, for instance, having to add new buses, nobody can increase our budget for us. Nobody can make cuts so that we can add on new buses or find the money for new buses. So we can sit around as a 24-person member committee and talk all day long about, like, I'd love for start times to change. I'd love for us to have new buses. But is it realistic to get feedback from the community only to find out that really, in the end, you are going to have to be the one, Dr. Duva, to make the decision as to how we're going to do that. So I think that's where I struggle with this committee, because obviously feedback, community feedback is important. I'm a parent, I totally agree with that. But I also think that it has to be a realistic expectation that their feedback may only be just that. And in the end, you know, the maps, all the maps you bring forward, a lot of people, if they don't like it, what's going to happen if your recommendation is not what people want? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, at some point, you as the superintendent are going to have to make the decisions regardless of the input for the community. And I think these are issues where I struggle with the balance between that.
So that's something that I think is the responsibility of the co-chairs of the committee, is to clearly communicate that to the members, so that the understanding is, yes, we're seeking your input. This is purely an advisory committee. You know, at the end of the day, like, what we vote on here may or may not be accepted by the superintendent or the school committee. Like, advisory is advisory. I do think, to your point about 24 people and trying to corral schedules, quorums, things like that, like, is there a way to balance, like, membership requirements versus ensuring that there's representation in the meetings and being able to give their, because I know, like, sometimes it's a struggle to hit a quorum on a 10-person committee and juggle schedules. So I do think there's
51% is the same no matter how many people you
Well, and like, I'm thinking there's 6 students, and like, how many of these students are like juniors and seniors?
Yeah, just
Do
for
you know what I mean?
clarification though, Dr. Duva created the charge for this committee. This came completely from the administration. So the school committee did not dictate that 24 members should be on it. Dr. Duva, I thought, was very thoughtful about how he put together who he wanted on that committee and who he wanted to give input. That number ended up being 24. Like, if Dr. Duva wants to reduce it, that's fine.
Yeah.
But I do think that there was intent and intentionality in how he put forward those people,
and
and that came from them.
It makes sense. Like, I understand that, but I'm just wondering, is there a way to pare down the actual
Is it an
core
actual problem?
membership?
Yeah, do you guys have, do you have quorum on April 14th?
I mean, we've never had a meeting where we haven't had a quorum.
Okay,
I think
so-
this gets a lot of people. I mean,
I think we might want to
typically
ask, like, Jules, though, and Kristen, like,
So
who
for
has
the-
to actually schedule, get everybody's schedules and pick a time and all that stuff, so.
I mean, I think what we did not do this year that we did last year. Last year, we set a calendar from the very beginning. We said we're meeting every month on a Tuesday at this time, so everyone knew that. We didn't do that this year because when we talked about having meetings, like, well, we're not just going to meet, so we're going to have meetings when we need to, when we get information.
Yeah,
So
because we needed the
didn't-
consultant to do
Right, so we didn't
his work.
have a consistent schedule this year. Saying that, no one has reached out to me and said, I can't be at the meeting that's coming up.
Except me.
Right, which we were saying that.
Well, you're not
So,
in the committee anymore, so.
But, like, it wasn't,
So,
you
as
don't
far
think
as
it's an issue
the-
to have the membership there.
As
I
far
don't
as
think
the
so.
motion that's
No,
on the
we
table,
haven't had
which
a
is
problem with the number
the
of members on it. And we tried to
dissolution
get a
of the
good-
committee. So as far as the motion that's on the table, which is the dissolution of the committee, I will be voting no. I think this committee is extremely important. I think that it is important to get input and, like, understand the impact of decisions that we're making and get feedback from them, and then have them give advisory recommendations to us. I think it's extremely important. I think it is important in all 3 areas, because I think what we learned from listening during the last time was that people were bringing up things that we hadn't even considered, and that's literally why an advisory committee is important. And I actually think having people from different segments of the population, like elementary, middle, high school, is very important on that committee. And so, as far as the motion that's on the table, I will be voting, I will not be supporting
Well, we just
getting
have
rid of it.
a motion to discuss at this point.
No, I know, but the actual, the
no.
topic is not, do we
Yeah.
revise the committee? The topic is not,
Is to
do we change the charge?
Right,
Do we
that's
change the
fair.
membership?
Yeah.
The topic on the table is, are we dissolving this committee or not?
Yeah, that's fine. And I know it was
okay.
like your guys' like thing, and that it's like probably people take it very like, you know, like this was something really, really important to you guys that you all wanted to accomplish. I just think that the reality is much more nuanced and complex, and I still don't think that this charge and I think this is an outdated old document. So I think that should be brought up
Yeah,
at
and
a
if that
better
wants
time
to,
for
we
discussion.
could put that on an agenda for revision of the committee, but as far as dissolving the committee, I'm voting no. So, other discussion regarding the item on the agenda?
No, I agree with you. I think it's important. I think we do need to have community involvement. I think it's even more important with the work from the consultant coming through to have that. We actually fed
Like, they
community
don't know our
feedback all
district.
through our RFP, so,
Other discussion on this item?
I would agree. I do. Are any of the members dictated by ride or their ride requirements?
No,
That
this is completely on us.
So there's nothing that the Department of Education.
It's not a required
They don't have a.
committee from RIDE.
Yeah, this is one of those temporary committees, not
This is
statutory.
This is just a district committee.
That is interesting, yes.
Yeah, and thank you, Dr. Dewar, for explaining, because I agree, like, I think that's just out, like, I know what you were saying, like, you don't, we're getting the consultants to help us make decisions now, but it might be good to change the charge of it, just to add that.
All right, so
That we
does
know.
anyone want to make a motion to dissolve the committee?
I'll make the motion just because it's on there. But
Do we have a second? Okay, hearing no second, we'll move on. Moving on to item D, can I get a motion for item D?
make a motion to discuss.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. So I believe in the document that Dr. Duva had originally given us, that,
So it aligns with the policy for advisory committees that there is a school committee member that is the co-chair of the committee.
so are you asking, you would like us to appoint a
So
school committee member?
So I put that on here knowing that Megan was resigning,
Yep.
that position, that would have to get replaced. So that's why it's on here for a nomination from the school committee to fill that spot. Unless we don't want
Is
to.
anyone interested in self-nominating or nominating someone for this committee?
Do you have to be a
We can change.
co-chair, or can you just be on the committee?
I think it goes back to the policy that
I
the
know,
school
I'm
committee
asking
has.
you guys for
advisory
policy, does it
committee.
say that? Sorry, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, no,
No, it's a question, yeah, I think
It was
the
more a
intent-
question for me, thank you.
Yeah, I think the intent is with, and this precedes me, I think, is like for the school committee advisory committees, having a school committee member.
Yeah, I'm only
be-
asking, because
yeah.
when I was on the health and wellness, there was, oh, maybe there was.
That was
no.
actually statutorily.
Right, but it's
a
funny,
school
because I feel like
committee member
Trish
is
used
the
to run
chair.
them, but.
But that was
now it's
not
others,
in
yeah.
compliance with the law.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, any
Now,
self-nominations or nominations? Mr. Keith? Any interest?
do I?
I'll nominate Sherry.
Oh gosh, that's mean.
Any discussion? No, I actually think she would be really helpful and really
No,
good
of course
as a
she
mom,
would be.
that has experienced 2 different districts, interest in, like, I think that you would be a great member on that committee, so. I don't think it's mean, I think you'd be very helpful.
It's fine.
So Greg, so did you officially step down from the committee?
Yeah, we voted.
Do I?
I just-
And
I'm just
and
trying
and
to-
I would have to be a co-chair if I was on that committee. I just don't want to be a
Yeah.
co-chair.
You can have 2 school committee members on a committee, but
Yeah.
only one of them is the co-chair.
One of them has to be.
Yeah.
I'm fine. I actually think originally when we were on, I said I would be on this committee.
Oh, you did. Great. All right, any other
I
discussion?
I just don't want to put that on you if you have if you
Hearing
have
no
big time
further
commitments
discussion.
issues.
And no further discussion? Okay, we'll call the question. All's in favor of appointing Sherry to
Sherry, we're
the,
about to vote you in. Are you on board
Are you
with
good?
this?
she said yeah.
Sure, but,
Okay.
Did you not?
well.
I didn't
what
get
are
it
we gonna do?
overwhelming.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's fine, yes. I
You
mean,
sure? You don't have to do it. I
well,
just
then
think,
we won't have anyone doing it. and
well,
then
no, I'll
we're-
nominate someone else.
No, don't do that. No, I will, it's fine.
All right. So, motion to approve Sherry to be the school committee member of the school district start time and transportation advisory committee.
Second?
I think you already had done it, right?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. I was calling the question.
Yeah.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Sherry. Moving on to F.
I will make a motion to request that the district's attorney send a response to the letter received today from ABM as discussed in executive.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. G.
Table.
I
No, we need to do the motion, I'm sorry.
But
I was thinking of one thing, not the other.
I will make a motion to respond, to direct the attorney to respond to the trust request for an answer by 4:30, that we will retain the coverage as is.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion for H?
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay, so this was an because the resolution that we had passed last week only had, it was listed on the agenda to only address that one topic. We had talked about perhaps issuing another one because of the concerns raised by teachers in the community about the proximity of the Fitmar asphalt facility to the schools. And so there's a drafted resolution, I think, in the agenda. Any questions, comments, edits to that? Is silence no or is silence reading? Either way is fine.
Oh, my only comment is I think this is great, but I also think next year we need to consider not having any of our athletics over in Quonset at any of the fields. Just because if we're saying it's not safe there, then we shouldn't be putting.
Just for clarification, isn't this one near? This one isn't like.
No, this one is also over by.
I thought this one was over near DA and.
It is. Yes.
Yeah. Which is not
Oh,
the field
okay.
you're
This
talking
one's
about.
over.
But to your
Sorry.
point of the
Yes.
other one, yes.
Sorry,
I
I thought it was.
yeah.
You're supposed to.
Yeah, no, this is our actual schools. Like, this
Yeah.
is close to DMS and DA. Like, it's
Okay,
right.
sorry,
Yeah.
I was thinking
No,
it
no
was all
worries.
in
I just
this.
wanted
Isn't
to.
this like off Old Baptist Road?
Yeah.
Like in that area there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a good
Yeah.
point.
Your
back
point
to
is
the other
valid.
one, Cheryl.
Well, because I
also-
didn't know that still counted as a okay. So the Quonset Development
very
Corporation
big.
is much
It's
large.
bigger than I
It's
thought.
very big. If you look over, like, where the, for lack of a word, like the,
It's like behind
where
the
you drop
trans-
off your trash.
Yeah, behind the transfer.
There's a
station.
big,
That's
yeah, it's
part of
all
it
over
also.
there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't
There's a
drop off
big
my
water
trash, so I didn't know.
thing. No, no worries. Your point is valid, but that. It's,
So yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
I was thinking it was.
Mhm. Anything else on this one? Edits to the language?
I
Okay.
think it spells out everything it needs to.
Yes.
I think
Okay.
it's good.
Can we get a motion to approve then?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Correspondence, please.
March 31st, Kara Martone, 2027 budget, cell phone policy, WMS budget, 331, Sean Taylor, QSS Biosolids, 331, Robert Jones, 331 agenda, 331, Kaz Morissetti, My Buddy Bench, 331, Vanessa M, sludge paralysis resolution follow-up, 42, Mary Warbeck, successful electrification efforts in our town, and 44, Tank North Kingstown Pride Parade.
Okay. Can I get a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please